Thank you, everyone, for being with us today. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe, Corey? Okay, thank you. We're going to start with the consent agenda. Staff has asked that we pull item E1, so I am going to pull that from the consent agenda and ask for a motion on the remainder.
Move for approval. Second.
Okay, let's see, Councilmember Melton or Fort, they were tied in seconding, so all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon. Bynum Walter, Raleigh Planning and Development. As usual, we will remind ourselves what we have scheduled for public hearing in the next couple of weeks. Good amount of items on the afternoon agenda for March 21st. I would note that for most of the rezonings, there's also an annexation, and you'll remember sometimes, typically annexation doesn't take quite as long as rezoning to review. Typically, we have fewer speakers. So maybe not quite as heavy as it looks. And then we do have a couple of items scheduled for April 4 already. The Southeast Special Study Area, as well as a rezoning on Skyland Ridge Parkway, which is out in the Briar Creek area. And you'll remember the airport had concerns about that. So we have a couple items coming out of Planning Commission. Since I provided these slides to be uploaded, I have more information on Hodge Road, which is that the applicant there would like to revise their petition before you act to schedule the public hearing. So I would just note that they are going to be asking, they would request a deferral to come back as a special item at the next meeting so they can make revisions. And then we have 3 other cases we're suggesting for public hearing. I'll talk about each of those just a little bit. So the Hodge Road case that's asking for a deferral today is more than 500 acres on the east side of Raleigh, on the south side of Pool Road, on the east bank of the Neuse River. So again, this is asking for a deferral to come back at the next meeting with revised conditions before you set the public hearing. The next request is for just over 26 acres controlled by Shaw University. They are asking for a rezoning as well. This is recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, not a unanimous vote there. We are recommending an April 4 public hearing for this item. I will note there was a lot of public interest in this during Planning Commission review and anticipate similar interest at the public hearing time. The next case, Corporate Ridge Road. This is on the south side of Chapel Hill Road, just on the east side of 40. So this is 4 acres going to CX12 with conditions. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and again, recommending an April 4 public hearing date. And then finally, this is a request to go from DX20 to 40. Planning Commission recommends approval. This case is just under 2 acres in the block bounded by Davie, McDowell, Salisbury, and Cabarrus. So this is east of Pools Diner, north of the Convention Center, northeast of the Red Hat Amphitheater. Again, recommending a public hearing date of April 4. What questions could I answer for you before you make decisions about setting public hearings?
Do we have any questions? Okay, I am going to make a motion then to defer.
You have a question.
Do you have a question?
I have a humble request. I sent this news to mayor staff, but I'm going to miss the April 4th meeting, and I was hoping we could hold the Shaw in May, if my colleagues are open to it.
Let me ask you this. If we hold the meeting, I doubt very much a decision is going to be made that evening, so it will continue. So this is something we want to do at night. And I think waiting until May is unfair to the applicant. So if we hold the meeting but not make a decision, you would still be here in the decision-making process.
I'm sorry, excuse me, but if we're not going to make a decision in April anyway, we're still not going to do anything
I
till
don't know
May?
if we, what I'm saying is, we could probably move it to the April meeting, like the next April meeting. So we're not starting in May and then ending up potentially with decision-making in June.
Right. I guess my concern, because we're doing the Southeast study, which is also going to be a big conversation, I'm sure Shaw will too. If we move it to the second meeting in April, then it would be an afternoon, which might interfere with their schedule. So I think the reason, and I don't want to speak for you, but I think the May was so that we would have that nighttime as well. So to have Shaw and Southeast study on the same day without a counselor, I think won't allow for conversation. So I would be up for May as well.
Southeast is already set for April 4th.
But I said Shaw. I'm sorry, I meant Shaw to May. Yeah, I know Southeast is already 4th, but if we put Shaw on at the 4th as well, I feel like those are two really big cases that deserve, that there might, that be, especially without having the counselor here.
So I respect that request. I think starting the conversation is key. I think if we can at least start the conversation, and then, on your return, you can voice whatever vote you would like to make, and you will have all the information from the conversation as well, share it back through the minutes and everything else. Or if you have any questions that you feel that you want us to ask too, I know we're all here, and I know you have other council members you talk to, you were close to, that can also ask those questions, that can provide that feedback. Because I do think this case is so big, a May, then it's June, it could be July, and then we go on break. So I think having it on April 4th gives us more opportunities. And plus, this is also the first time I've heard of it, and everyone I've talked to, with the majority of this redistricting actually residing in District C, everyone I've said April 4th, April 4th, April 4th. So I think that's also fair to the public.
Procedurally, I hear that the thought that the conversation will continue, but there's not a way to ensure that no vote would be taken.
There's no way to ensure that, but we understand your concerns.
Right.
Has there already been a vote on this, or a motion and a second, or is it
Nope.
still
I
floating
was
around?
getting ready to make a motion.
Okay, I was just making sure I didn't miss it.
Okay, I'm going to make the motion, I just said to defer Hodge Road, and then schedule the remaining rezonings for April 4th. So moved. Is there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Yeah, we're holding
Hodge
that.
defer. That's deferred, and the rest, the 4th. Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think that, and opposed? Okay, clerk, that's 5-2. With Patton and Jones.
Mayor, is Councilmember Black absent and excused?
No, she's not.
Okay.
So could I ask for clarification on the vote? The ayes were,
The noes were Councilmember Jones and Patton. The rest, yes.
oh, okay.
Okay? Okay, next we have special items, afternoon public hearings. We're going to start with Z5522 Johnston Street.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone 2 acres on the east side of St. Mary's Street, south side of Johnson. The public hearing opened on January 24th at your special meeting, and the request has been revised since then with some changes to conditions. The first 8 conditions do not change. They have revised in condition 9 that all levels of structured parking on St. Mary Street and Johnson will have active uses between the structure and any public sidewalk. And And then they have also revised building height requirements here, not to exceed 5 stories and 72 feet. That's a reduction from the previous 80 feet that was offered. Questions about changes to the case since you last heard this?
Could you just review a little bit the case to refresh everybody's
course.
memory?
Sure, that would be my pleasure. So this is a request to go from NX3 with an urban limited frontage and NX5 with an urban limited frontage to CX12 with an urban limited frontage and conditions. This is consistent with a comprehensive plan, although it is inconsistent with the future land use map. The Planning Commission recommended approval. So the conditions offered here prohibit some uses. They limit building height across the site to no more than 150 feet. Remember, that's a 12-story request, but they are limiting height overall to 150 feet. They have prohibited some materials on the exterior facades on St. Mary's and West Johnson. Those would include ephes, hardy panel, and vinyl siding. They've offered a combination of sidewalk and planting strip along St. Mary's that would be at least 15 feet in combination. If residential units are constructed, they've provided for a minimum of a half parking space per unit. Remember, the city doesn't have parking requirements, so they're going above and beyond there. The developer has provided for the installation of a crosswalk across St. Mary's Street on the south side of Johnson. They are going to be providing 2 dogway stations and also a bicycle travel lane on West Johnston Street. And then within 150 feet of St. Mary's Street, they've offered some additional specifications. So building height will not exceed 5 stories and 72 feet. That's a change from when you last saw this case. And then all levels of structured parking on St. Mary's and Johnson shall have active uses between the structure and any public sidewalk. So typically in the code, we require that at the ground floor. So they have offered something above and beyond that for the upper stories of the building. And then they have made some provisions about bar, nightclub, tavern, or lounge use in the building. So this applies to businesses that are not already in operation. So they have said no live performances, no dance floor, no outdoor seating, and they have limited hours of operation, including deliveries. So this is this is a view looking south. So you can see this is the south side of Johnson, between Boylan and St. Mary's, adjacent to 712 Tucker. A couple more views of the site. This is consistent with the plan, the comprehensive plan, although it is inconsistent with the future land use map. And if this were approved, it would amend the future land use map because of that inconsistency, would change the entirety to community mixed use. Just a reminder of the consistent policies here. That future land use map policy, whenever you're inconsistent with the future land use map, that policy tags for you, reinforcing the urban pattern and building height transitions. These were flagged in the Planning Commission review. I think it's really up to you at this point whether you feel like the additional transitions that have been offered in height management and also in screening satisfy these. Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I hear from you? I believe you have folks signed up on both sides of this.
What questions do we have for Bynum?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bynum. I was just curious if you could talk a little bit more about the inconsistency regarding building height transitions and what is currently recommended in the future land use map versus what is being offered here.
Well, I think that those are 2 different questions. So one is it consistent with the future land use map? And the answer is no. And so it's OX there, so it's probably, it's office mixed use there. I believe it's a 12-story request they're asked, and so the future land use map is recommending something less than that. But they have, since that analysis was complete, I think then your other question is about the building transition, and I think that's really a question of discernment for the council at this point if you feel like that policy is still inconsistent or not. So they've limited to 72 feet within 150 feet of St. Mary's, and that's where the structures across St. Mary's are generally residential or institutional in scale.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Branch?
So my question is around the bar, nightclub, and tavern. And it's saying nothing new, I guess, if it's vacant for 365 days. Because I know there's a eatery there now so would they be able to come back into that space and do what they're currently doing? Or, because I'm sure construction on average takes more than 365 days. So how would that work if the current tenant wanted to come back in the building and continue to do the same services? Would that be allowed with this condition? Because they also have outdoor seating currently.
That's right, they do. As written, I understand that this would allow the existing use to continue in operation until redevelopment happened here.
Right.
I agree with your assessment that discontinuation of use would make it, would seem to indicate that the business could not come back after construction.
Okay.
Could we follow up with this with the applicant? What is the basis of this request in terms of, was this a reaction to neighborhood concerns or? So I'm interested in hearing from the applicant on this one. So can we get the applicant up?
I believe the applicant is here.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin, members of council. I'm Jamie Schrader with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street. Yes, that specific condition was in reaction to the months-long of community process that we engaged in for this case beginning back in May of last year. And one of the first things we heard at the community meeting, which was attended by many residents of Forest Park and representatives of the HOA and committee, was that there was a concern for noise within that area, the facade that kind of faced their residence, which is really on that facade of St. Mary Street. And so the request that we fielded at that time, we didn't have use restrictions that included restaurants or bars or hours of operation, but their strong desire, using examples of some of the issues at My Way and the noise during the loading and service hours, was to ask us to further restrict the hours of operation, as well as which types of businesses would be able to come back when this redevelopment is done, and which ones would be able to be placed on that facade that was closest to their neighborhood. And so we accommodated those requests and created a special condition, number 9, that deals only with the 150 feet from the St. Mary's property line. So all of those conditions you see there were in direct response to the community engagement that we experienced throughout the case and real comments from real neighbors that asked us to include those. So to Councilmember Branch's question, My would be permitted to come back, but would have no live performances or dance floor or the other restrictions that you see there. So we're trying to encourage the eating establishments to be still placed on the ground floor to promote that active use that's envisioned here, but to have those restrictions that the neighbors requested.
And that includes outdoor dining,
Correct, outdoor seating.
outdoor seating. Councilmember Melton?
So you say the condition only applies within 150 feet from the St. Mary's property line. Do you have like a rough estimate on the map of this site, like how far that would go? So it's just that red part?
It's just the red part, correct.
So theoretically, My Way or anybody else could open up in the blue area and have outdoor dining?
Correct.
All right, so that makes me feel a little more comfortable. I'm just confused why the hours are limited from 6 to 11 and no outdoor dining. Like, it seems like it could be one or the other. Like, you could have outdoor dining that has to close up at 11 p.m. I'm just really concerned. We're doing a lot of work with streeteries and eateries and trying to activate our downtown and make it walkable and inviting. And I have heartburn approving a case that's going to also work against some of those policies. And so I get where the neighbors were coming from. I certainly understand that. But it seems like having to cut off at 11 should then accomplish the goal without prohibiting it from, I mean, theoretically, you couldn't even put a coffee shop here that could have outdoor tables at noon on a weekday.
I don't disagree with you from a policy perspective. We were very much trying to walk the line between balancing the need for growth and adding the housing and activated space that the neighbors did request and that the policies in the comp plan do support, and then trying to respond to some of the noise and other complaints that folks had expressed. So these were not conditions that we just kind of pulled from whole cloth. They were definitely in response to conditions and comments that we heard from folks. So I think this is a case that is unique in that way, that we're trying to respect that boundary to the existing Forest Park neighborhood, and went to great lengths to include all of those conditions to try to mitigate the concerns that we heard throughout the case. So I think this is one that I hope you can distinguish on those grounds of the balance between the comprehensive plan and the direct response from the neighbors. And I understand there's still some concerns from neighbors. I'm happy to address any additional questions or just respond to questions from council, but would like to submit that Biden did a great job in summarizing the conditions as they are. The diagram shows some of those updates,
Jamie,
and happy to respond.
what I'm going to do,
Sure.
I'm going to allot specific amount of time for you to
Great.
explain where we are, and then I'm going to allot certain amount of time for the neighbors. This is a resumption of the public hearing. Normally what we do is the 8 minutes per side, and then normally 4 minutes per side. So I'm going to allot 4 minutes, if the clerk could do that, and then we'll see if there are questions, and we'll go back.
Sure.
Hold on, Councilmember.
I just want,
Nelson.
so just to clarify then, just the part that right now is limited to 5 stories, that's where there's no outdoor dining, all that stuff. And then the 12-story part is fine for people to put tables and chairs and all those.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. In this case, like all other zoning cases, you're called upon to decide what is reasonable and what is in the public interest. And in this context, we look at who is the public. Well, the public are those that are designed to be protected by the 2030 comprehensive plan. We don't select out certain portions of the public or certain citizen groups and weigh those more heavily than others. We look at the totality. And how do you determine what is in the public interest? You go back to those comprehensive policies that the city adopted through a public process that took years to adopt. And you do balance those macro needs against the micro needs of some of the other nearby citizens and neighbors that have specific concerns, like the noise that was raised, and we just had the great discussion on. Both of those policies, the macro needs and the comprehensive plan and the micro needs of the neighborhood, have been accommodated here, and they're reflected in the case before you, resulting in what is a reasonable request today. The area has been designated for high-density residential in the comprehensive plan since at least 2015. And some of you will recall that's when Kay Crowder was the representative for this district. Her husband was an architect that was deeply embedded in the Cameron Park neighborhood. And since that time, this 12 stories was anticipated as a reasonable height and high-density residential in this particular parcel. And we're talking about that. I'm talking about 5 to 12 stories kind of throughout the portion of West Johnston Street, which we understand is under pressure to reduce height even further. But through the changes in time since 2015, the site remained in that high-density or high-scale residential designation with the support of up to 12 stories, because the city recognized there's other needs that need to be balanced with this site, and that is the need to house an additional 25,000 residents by the year 2030. We're nowhere close to that goal, and if we continue to chip away at cases like this and add additional reductions in height that serve one particular portion of the population, we're not going to be able to reach the true goal, which is housing the entire population. At the last hearing, we explained how we met with the neighbors and incorporated about 12 conditions to respond to each of those requests. The item was held for us to have additional discussions with neighbors on active uses, wrapping the parking deck on St. Mary's, and the height reduction. Bynum's covered both of those, and we met both of those requests. We met with the Forest Park Development Committee on February 16th and offered additional screening on St. Mary's, and the clear message back to us was, it's got to be active uses, it has to be on St. Mary's, or else we can't support the case. And so we made that big jump. It was a huge concession. There's no other case that has offered active uses from the ground story all the way up. We did it for all 5 stories, and we had to write that new condition. It's unprecedented because it was intended to be a major jump that was the last compromise in a series of many compromises that have been made throughout this case, and you can see those on the screen. Now we understand that same committee is saying, no, it's height on West Johnston Street, that's the issue. We've got to come down another 4 stories on West Johnston. Well, let me tell you what that's going to mean. According to your envision analysis, we have about 240 additional residential units that can be built with the 12 stories. If we cut off 4 stories, that's 108 units that will be lost. Is that reasonable? Are 108 new residents or families to be sacrificed for the good of the value of 4 stories in this location? Is that in the public interest? The active uses condition we've added here is significant and goes to the seminal issue that we were requested to address. Usually I say these hearings are tough, but we've offered the compromises here that makes this a clear case. It's reasonable and in the public interest to keep those heights as they're guided in the comprehensive plan and have been since 2015. We appreciate your time and are happy to answer any questions.
I have one question. Could you go over the numbers again on what is the plan? How many units are you anticipating?
According to the city's Envision Tomorrow analysis, there's about, I think, 144 that are able to be there today. We could go up to 365, and so when you look at that delta, that's an additional 240 units that we could accommodate. And some of that is through that 12-story zoning because we've already compromised on the height adjacent to St. Mary's. So it would be a maximum of about 365 units, according to Envision analysis.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We're going to allot 4 minutes of time. I have Ron Aycock and Michael Lindsay who have signed up to speak.
Right. I'm sorry, Mayor Baldwin, did we have 4 minutes apiece or total?
Total.
Total? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just like the applicant.
Oh, okay. Did y'all get, yeah, okay, you all have, okay, so, hold on. Michael Lindsay, I live at 1406 Park Drive. Hi, Mayor Baldwin. Hi, City Councilors. Thank you for your community service. Glad to see you guys here today. I'm the president of the Forest Park Neighborhood Association. I'm also a member of our neighborhood's development committee. As you know, Forest Park is the new name for Raleigh's historic Cameron Park. Our development committee has been in dialogue with the Z5522 applicant and their legal team since last spring. Since we first met with the applicant, their lawyers, we had 4 issues or conditions we wanted them to address. In the past 9 months, we have dropped 1 condition, which was a traffic study. We've compromised on another, the building height along St. Mary's, and we have agreed to a 3rd, wrapping any future parking deck in active use. The 4th issue, which as you just heard is a deal breaker, 12 stories versus 8. If the applicant agrees to 8 stories now or in the future, they will have our full support. The graphic you see in front of you and on the screen is one I updated Friday, or I updated since Friday, and I included a 5-story reference that the applicant's lawyer was referring to along St. Mary's that's not on what's on the monitors. Okay. City of Raleigh's future land use map has the Z5522 properties identified as high-density residential with a height limit of 5 to 12 stories depending on location and context. Location and context. You can see the context in this graphic. There are no buildings on these blocks that are 12 stories. This is a transition zone from the higher development that is happening now and in the future along Glenwood Avenue. This is important because right across the street is a neighborhood with 1-story and 2-story bungalows. Our request for 8 stories is more than what is currently allowed for these properties, and it is in the middle of the future land use map's height recommendations. 8 stories fits the context of what's around these properties now. The height is appropriate for properties across St. Mary Street from our neighborhood. There are plenty of taller, high-density developments along Glenwood Avenue, including 40-story rezoning on the block where the Creamery building is. The Forest Park Neighborhood Association just wants one block as a transition zone from taller buildings to lower buildings. Well, let me just go on. I'm running out of time. I thought we had 8 minutes. In my hands, I have a 6-page document from the Forest Park Development Committee, which has 2 architects as members. This is signed by over 160 residents who are in opposition to this current rezoning. We're asking that you reject this as it's currently presented to you. Please consider the opinions of architects, planners, and hundreds of well-informed residents who will be affected by this rezoning case. Thank you.
Understand that there is less than a minute, so I'm Ron Aycock. I live at 1200 Park Drive, which is directly across the street on St. Mary's from the proposed development. Let me first ask all the neighbors who are in opposition to very briefly and quietly stand up. Secondly, I will ask you to consider the comments that President Lindsay just made. I know you have to balance interest. By balancing the interests from 12 down to 8, I think you will balance both interests and still accomplish what the developer and you desire. The balancing of those interests are important things for you to do, and I believe that we should, in fact, balance those interests and only allow the 8 stories, not the 12 stories. We are not against development.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, Madam?
Do we have any questions for the neighbors?
Just one, just for clarity. There was 4 issues. 1 you dropped, 2 you all have come to a compromise on, and this is the last issue that y'all have that you object to.
Yes, sir. This is the last issue. We will enthusiastically support the project with this issue resolved.
Okay, thank you. The hearing is still open, so I'm just going to leave it like that until we have some clarity on next steps.
I'm prepared to make a motion, but I just want to say a couple things first to make sure there's time for conversation if desired. I've obviously been in touch with neighbors and with the applicant on this case for quite a while. I appreciate everyone that has put a lot of energy into this. This is obviously it's a special area, a special transitional area. There's a lot of excitement about what this new building can be. The businesses that are already there, we have heard from some of those folks as well, who operate businesses there and are hoping to, lease in the next iteration of this building. From my understanding, the neighbors have been consistent about this desire to go from 12 to 8 stories in the case. I think one of the, hard things to, I'll just say for myself to keep in mind is that there's, a lot of different issues here, and I think the applicant has done a great job of addressing several key issues. So the wraparound parking for sure was a huge one. I think the 12 stories is the final piece. I do appreciate the map that shows the difference from west of Boylan to east of Boylan. This is one block that takes us from Forest Park to Glenwood South. It's that transition area. There isn't, I wouldn't say, a hard right answer in some of this. And so that is up to our discretion. So I'm going to stop there if anyone else wants to say anything. But again, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, that being the case, I'll close the hearing. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just would like to motion to hold this case so that we can have further discussion and see if we can get to a compromise that everyone is comfortable with. I think there's a win-win here. I'm hoping we get there, particularly on this height issue around the 12 stories. So that would be holding the case, I guess. Do I need to set a date? Can we set the date? I guess I also want to make sure the applicant's okay with that date.
Excuse me one sec. Do I have to keep the hearing open then?
Yes, as soon
Yes.
as you close that, 2 weeks for the
So
thing.
I just unclosed it.
Oh, I thought it was still open. Okay,
It is now.
okay.
Let her finish.
So the date would need to be set, I think we had talked about perhaps the end of March or early April. So if we could do that first Tuesday in April in the afternoon, that would be my recommendation.
Second the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Melton, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm going to vote in favor of it, but I also just wanted, for purposes of clarity, I guess I'm one vote out of 8 at the table, but just so everyone understands where I'm at on this, I can support the 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. and no, but I don't
11
understand.
p.m.
Or p.m., whatever. Yeah, that's right. It would be really bad if it was 6 to 11 a.m. I don't understand why it's 6 to 11 and still no outdoor tables. And so if we're not voting on this today and we're coming back for conditions, I'd like to see that changed. I don't really even care if you can keep the prohibition on bars and dance floors, but not allowing people to eat outside from 6 to 11 p.m., that frustrates me. And then if we're talking about a transition, it is a huge concession to wrap this parking deck in active uses on all sides. I mean, I don't think I've seen that in the years I've been at this council table. And so if we're chopping 4 stories off, or if that's the direction it's going, I would support adding some stories to that 5-story side. If it's going to be 8, it can be 8 the whole block, or 6 or 7 up to 8 the whole block. But I don't want to use the units. I liked the way the applicant's attorney talked about how we have to think the city as a whole. And wrapping it in active uses on all sides, that is a massive concession. And I hope people can understand that. And so that's just where I'm at on it. And my opinion may not matter, but I just wanted, for clarity purposes, to put that out there.
Well, I have something for clarity, too. The last time when we had the public hearing, what I heard, my big takeaway was the most important thing that could be done is wrapping this in active uses. And I heard that a number of times. So that was done. So I think it's sometimes frustrating to keep moving the goalpost. So we need some clarity on this, and I think everybody's going to have to give a little. So that's all. So we have a motion, a second on the table. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. And we will continue the hearing until the afternoon of April 4th.
So the second afternoon public hearing item today is rezoning Z7522 at 3717 Edwards Mill Road. This is a request to rezone just under 2.5 acres from R4 to R6 with conditions. This public hearing opened on February 7. Planning Commission recommends approval, and we've had revised conditions since you saw this last. So what has happened? The original conditions, number 1, no more than 25 dwelling units, remains unchanged. They have revised condition 2 to provide for a minimum 15-foot building setback from the northern and southern property boundaries. The condition that provides for a minimum 30-foot setback from the western boundary stands. And then they have added a 4th condition here with a planted area at least 130 feet along the property boundary, and that area would be 10 to 20 foot deep on the northeast portion of the site. So those are the changes to conditions, and there's a look at where that buffer area would be. And just, Mayor, would you like a little bit more reminder about this case, or?
Does everybody, anybody want a little more reminder on this? Everybody good? Good. Okay, we're good.
Great. And then I believe you have folks signed up on both sides of this today to speak. Happy to answer any questions before you get to the continuation of the public hearing.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Again, I'm going to do 4 minutes per side. This is a continuation of the public hearing. So we have Worth Mills here. And then we have 3 people signed up to speak in opposition: Mark Gasparo, Pat Lee, and George Lee. So you'll each have 4 minutes per side.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Worth Mills, Longleaf Law Partners, here on behalf of the property owner and the applicant. Again, this is a rezoning from R4 to R6 conditional use to add 9 allowable units to this property at 3717 Edwards Mill Road. As Bynum mentioned, we have made some adjustments to our zoning conditions based on what we heard at the February 7th public hearing. The setbacks to the north and south have been increased to 15 feet. That is a farther setback than the minimum side lot setback for a single-family house in the current R4 district. That would be a minimum 10 feet under that scenario. And we have established the buffer area that is on the screen to buffer this project from the Lee property at 3505 Carriage Drive. The buffer area spans 130 feet, and that ends at the edge of the Lee's side facade, so blocking any viewpoints from the side of their home into this site. Again, the buffer area would require 5 shade trees and 12 bushes. Those bushes would be of a type that has a mature height of 8 feet. At the February 7th public hearing, we informed council that NCDOT prefers that new development take access via Carriage Drive, and that any driveway that might be permitted by NCDOT along Edwards Mill Road would be a right-in, right-out only. Since that public hearing, Raleigh's Transportation Department has informed us that any driveway on Edwards Mill Road would require quasi-judicial relief from the city as well to seek relief either from the intersection and/or driveway spacing standards. And those are both conditions that do not change irrespective of whether this property gets redeveloped under current zoning or proposed zoning. Those issues and those considerations from NCDOT and the city of Raleigh would remain. So I think the question before City Council is whether the allowance for 9 additional units is offset by the increased setbacks and the increased buffering. Under current zoning, the property owner could build 16 units. There would be a 10-foot side lot line setback to those north and south properties, and there would not be any required buffering. This case is consistent with the future land use map. It's consistent with every applicable comprehensive plan policy that's been identified by planning staff. We believe that it is reasonable and in the public interest. And I'll reserve the last minute of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Mark Gasparo, Pat Lee, and George Lee. Any of them here?
I spoke with them this morning. They're not able to attend today.
Okay. All right. Having said that, do we have any questions for the applicant?
I just have something. I want to say that this goes beyond just this rezoning. In my mind, NCDOT requires access off of Carriage Drive, and the neighbors are not happy with that option. My concern is that if we're going to increase traffic on that specific intersection, how are we ensuring safety of current and future residents in the area? There is no traffic signal out of Laurel Hills directly across from this site. And if we're a council that wants a walkable city, we have to prioritize that proactively, especially when we have the opportunity to set the precedent, being that we are encouraging pedestrian traffic to a city amenity. I have asked staff to help do a study to analyze if a light is warranted at this intersection. And because of that, I'm requesting that we move this case. I'd like to move it to Transit Committee to review the results of that study before making a decision. Like I said, as we want to become a walkable, safe city, I want to make sure that any residents that we are putting in there have access, and whatever that looks like. If it's a traffic light, if it's a hawk, which I'm learning about all this stuff, and I'm really appreciative to transportation staff for teaching me, so thank you. But I just feel like we need some more conversation so that I can understand how we are prioritizing future resident safety.
So a couple questions I have. First is, and this is, I know we talked yesterday and I got some more information after we had a conversation. From staff, where are we with the current study as far as it being ready?
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Moore, Assistant City Manager and Transportation Director. We are, in fact, accelerating that study to try to have it wrapped up here very shortly. We hope to have that done within the week. Unfortunately, we cannot have it done in time for the council meeting today, but we're working very diligently to get that done.
Okay. And also, if whatever comes out of this study as far as improvements, is that a city cost, or could we get willingly contributions from an applicant?
That would be a condition that the applicant would have to agree to, but it would typically be a city cost. So,
okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I will add, we will have to run the results also through NCDOT. We'll coordinate what we're doing today with that, but that will also be another step that we need to go through to coordinate those issues, as it is a state-maintained and operated road.
Okay. So my last comment here then is, with that information and the timeline of I know our meetings, it sounds like if you need a week to do it, then you have to run it by NCDOT. It wouldn't be ready in time by our meeting in March. So I'm thinking if maybe it comes back to council on April 4th, and that way we can get to it faster and hold this item at the table until then. Because the information to come before council, and it sounds like with everything is going, and I'm looking at the calendar, the 23rd would be when we would have a committee meeting. And I don't think they'll meet the NCDOT deadline for that meeting, but I think they can make it April 4th.
Is that what you're saying? You won't be able to talk to NC? You won't have all that by the 23rd?
It will entirely, I'm sorry, council member, it will entirely depend on the availability of NCDOT, so. But more time is helpful.
Did you have a question, Jonathan?
Councilmember Melton?
This may be thinking too far ahead, but if it's a possibility that a light or a hawk or something could go there, could the applicant go ahead and offer a condition that whatever is suggested that they would pay for?
I would need to defer to my colleagues in planning on that. I'd hate to opine on something that I'm less familiar with, but.
And it would be difficult to agree to pay for something when you don't know what the cost is.
Right, but I mean, they could put certain things. I'm just curious if we have to wait until that to get that condition in there, or if that could just go ahead and be offered. Because I think we had a case on Buffalo Road a couple years ago where they agreed that to the extent a light is required or a crosswalk or something like that, that they would take care of it. Just thinking out loud to try to grease the wheels.
That was also a 400 unit.
True, that's true. It wasn't 23 units, it was 400.
As opposed to spreading the cost among 24, or whatever the number is. That's quite a big difference. And, every cost we add decreases affordability. Councilmember Patton?
Is there also, there's a fifth Thursday in March. Is there a possibility of, I'm not on transportation, so this is kind of a question for my colleagues, but could you move it to the 30th, and would that additional week provide you enough time to coordinate with DOT?
As chair of the committee, I could if I was available, but I'm not available on the 30th.
Okay, so we have consensus then to move this to our Transit and Transportation Committee.
And I think, can I just say one quick thing? I think it goes beyond, like, I understand for the specific case that as we're trying to, but I really just want to have that conversation of how we as a city are prioritizing walkability. So even if our committee is not talking about this specific case, I'd just like to have some time to where we can have that conversation.
Well,
So
you're-
that's where.
You're
yeah.
asking for a bigger level conversation as well, not just like.
Exactly.
The rezoning spurred the conversation.
Yeah, the same thing. We talked about ironworks and we talked about walkability and how are we dedicating time and space to have that conversation so that as rezonings come to us, we know the tools that we can have to be able to make it more walkable. So I guess that's
Yep.
more so my request for the transit committee for that
Okay.
discussion. And then if we can hold this till after that discussion, so we have some ideas and if the better idea is to hold this until the 4th, that I'm fine with that. I just really want us to have a conversation.
Let me get clear. So are you saying hold the case at the table and then have a conversation in the transit committee? I'm just trying to clarify what you're asking.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
So staff, I mean, there's two options then. Either have the information by the 23rd in order to have a decision on the case. Otherwise, if we're going to have that conversation in transit committee, our next meeting is April 27th.
No,
Why
I think
can't- why
Councilmember
can't
Jones
we?
wants to have a general conversation.
A general conversation.
In transit, April 27th is fine, and hold the case.
But if the information from what I just heard is you want the general conversation before you make a decision on the case? Am I hearing that incorrectly?
No, we want to hold this, like we said, until the 4th because
Okay.
I don't even know what opportunities we
Okay.
have to create walkability. So I'd like to have the conversation in transit committee to say, hey, what could be? Now, they may not be the specific options. Hopefully, we'll have the information from DOT so we can incorporate this,
Okay.
but at least we can begin to have tools to where I can say, okay, this may be feasible, this may not be feasible, to ask for to that. So deferring the case until the 4th.
Okay.
And
But
then
having the conversation.
at and hopefully we'll have the
Okay.
information, but if we don't, we're going to have a basis to make that decision on the 4th.
That's fair. Okay.
So the motion is to hold this at the table until the 4th, and then have the larger discussion about walkability, safety, signals, hawks. I didn't know what a hawk was until yesterday either, so.
I'd like to learn what I should be
Yes.
looking for as
Yeah.
we are creating these opportunities.
Yep, so it's a bigger picture discussion.
Yes.
So I'll
Staff.
second the
And
motion.
that's seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you.
May I just ask if that's afternoon or evening?
Afternoon.
Thank you.
Will remain consistent. Okay, next we have two cases. These are unfit for human habitation, 401 Virginia Street and 409 Virginia Street. And I do have somebody signed up to speak in opposition. Do we see Wanda Gilbert Coker here?
I don't.
Okay. Councilmember,
Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I asked for this to be held until this week. My question for staff is, have you had a chance to work with the two residents? Was there any luck with them?
So there has been some movement on that front. The owner is actually here, can probably speak also on that behalf about the tenants being able to move out.
Okay. Can the owner speak to?
Good afternoon, respected council. I have spoken to both the tenants. One said she got a place, she'll be able to move out only by April 1st. That's the availability. And the other one, almost approved, she's waiting for her boyfriend's employer certification for that unit to be approved. So most of them should be gone by April 1st.
So my question for the city attorney, approving this staff report, can we put an effective date on it?
Technically, no, once you determine that it's unfit, then they need
unfit.
to move. But I think you can go ahead and do it, and if they're in the process of moving, to let them move out, and if something happens, in the near future and they're not moving out, there's steps that the city can take to make sure that the order is effectuated, to make
Okay.
sure they move out. But I think you can go ahead and enter it and let them, send the message that as soon as possible that it's not going to go on forever because it's unsafe.
Exactly. Okay. All right,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Is the hearing closed?
Does anybody have any questions before we proceed? City Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, so when you were last before us, you told us that you wanted to fix up these homes. And I guess, is that still the case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then you had said that you plan to sell them afterwards. Is that still the case as well?
Depending on, I will look at both possibilities to continue if or to sell.
Got it. And I guess one thing I want to make sure I have clarity on from staff is if the owner wants to fix them up, I also want to make sure nobody is able to move back into these until they are fit for human habitation. So is the only way to ensure no residents move in until that is done is to approve this measure?
So we would complete all the inspections that are needed to bring it up to habitation. And we would work with the owner, the property owner during that process.
Okay, so do we need this action in order to make sure no one lives there until that time?
So the action does state that we put a placard on the house that says unfit for human habitation on it. So, yes, yeah.
Got it. So if we were not to act on this, then someone could theoretically move into it.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Have any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing.
Move approval of staff report.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. All right. Next, we have an external text change request. These are use standards for protective yards.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Justin Rometta with Planning and Development. This item is a UDO text change that's been requested by a member of the public. It's related to the ability for a property owner to seek variances from what are called use standards from the Board of Adjustment. This is an application that was filed originally in July of 2021. It was initially then discussed by Council in October of that year. At that time, the applicant's proposal was to remove entirely a standing prohibition on use standard variances. However, Council at the time directed staff to conduct a review of all use standards listed in the code and recommend a more precise approach where some standards may be eligible for variances and others might not. So what exactly are use standards? The UDO places all uses into three distinct categories. Permitted, meaning the use is permitted by right in a certain zoning district. Special uses require an evidentiary hearing by the Board of Adjustment and the issuance of a special use permit. And limited uses. Limited uses are those that are allowed provided certain conditions or objective standards are met. And those limited uses are the subject of this text change. Here's just an example from the permissible use table in the code. You can see the various P's, L's, and S's that represent those three categories. And then here's an example of what a limited use might.
Hold on one second, Councilmember
Can you
Harris.
just go back? Sorry,
Sure,
it's
I'm
a little
sorry.
hard for me to read that. Can you just give me like an example here, like run through? Maybe that's what you're about to do, but.
Yeah, so this is just the permissible use table in the code. This is just one snippet. There's dozens of uses listed, but you can see each zoning district has a column, and they're separated by the yellow residential, purple mixed use, and the yellow special zoning district. So you can see in R1, a college is prohibited, but a school is a limited use. A park is a permitted use, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. And so here's an example of what a limited use and its use standards might be. So this is a daycare center. As you can see, it's allowed in residential zoning districts, provided it meets those standards that are enumerated in section 2A through 2E there on the screen. And those range from minimum lot areas to signage and landscaping. Those standards will vary and are specific to each limited use. And again, the current regulations prohibit one from seeking a variance to those use standards. That prohibition has existed in the code since its adoption in 2013. It's really an extension of state law, which does not allow variances to permitted uses to be authorized by variances. Those are legislative decisions, so that's why if a property owner wants to operate a use that's not allowed in a certain district, they have to come before you and request a rezoning or a text amendment. They can't go to the Board of Adjustment and ask for their use to be permitted in that district. Here's the language verbatim from the code that was initially proposed for deletion with the initial application. Based on council's feedback in October of 2021, staff conducted an audit of all the limited uses and their standards, and due to the nature of the various standards and their varying complexities, staff found that permitting variances in all cases would at best cause some confusion for staff and applicants by introducing a level of subjectivity into the decision-making process, and at worst cross that line into running afoul of state law. So the only exception we found there was protective yards, which are essentially landscaped buffers. They run along the perimeter of the property or along the street. Other landscaping standards throughout the code are eligible for variances, or what are called design alternates, and varying those standards would not fundamentally alter the use or activities that's occurring on a site. So it raises less of a concern with those conflicts with state law. And so for those reasons, staff is recommending that if council does decide to authorize the text change, so that it be limited to allowing variances to protective yards, but not other use standards. So using the daycare example from earlier, you can see how that would play out on the screen with only the protective yard standards being eligible for a variance.
So can I just clarify? So C and D is what you're recommending as allowing for a variance.
Correct.
And protective yards, so can you tell, what is a protective yard?
Yeah, it's essentially just a landscaping buffer that runs along the perimeter of a property. They are in varying width, generally from 10 up to 30 feet, and they prescribe a certain amount of landscaping and vegetation that has to exist.
And if that was no longer allowed, then like the building could be right up like at the side of the sidewalk kind of deal, or?
It would still have to meet setbacks. And again, this is just for someone to go to the Board of Adjustment, and the Board of Adjustment would have to make a decision on whether an applicant has demonstrated a hardship and some reason why that protective yard couldn't be there.
Can I ask about the original request? Do we know why, like where this comes from?
Yeah, so the original request was, the impetus for that request was an applicant who was issued a notice of zoning violation, and they came in to apply for permits and found that they couldn't comply with the protective yard standard. So we do feel like this more tailored approach would still meet the needs of the applicant. Finally, just a note on process. Your decision today is whether or not to authorize the text change process to continue, or really to begin. So the draft ordinance would go to the Planning Commission for a review and recommendation, would ultimately come back to you at a public hearing for your decision on whether to adopt it or not. Happy to try and answer any additional questions. I believe the applicant, Ms. Reinholtz, is here as well, if you'd like to hear from her.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah. Can you put this in sort of like a real example kind of framework for me? Like we've been using the childcare example, so maybe that's a good one to stick with. Like, when would an applicant kind of like walk me through it in like a first person situation? Why would they need this?
Sure. So we'll stick with daycare. We have it on the screen here. If an applicant was submitting a permit application to operate a daycare center. They would submit a permit application to staff. Staff would review it. With staff's recommendation, for some reason, if an applicant felt they had a hardship and they couldn't provide the under C there, type A1 or A2 transitional protective yard, for some reason, they could go to the Board of Adjustment and seek a variance. And the Board of Adjustment would have to make findings of whether that hardship exists and whether or not they wanted to issue that variance. Under today's rules, an applicant can't do that at all. So they don't have the option to even ask for it. I see Ms. Tatum has something to add.
Can I just interject real quickly? I think that this is a situation where there's been some unintended consequences because of how the limited use is listing their standards. And these are things that normally, if it wasn't a limited use, you could ask for a variance, correct?
Correct.
So it's by putting it in a limited use, you're taking away a variance right that normally we would have. And I think that that's something they're trying to correct. That I don't know that it was ever considered that that was going to be the effect. So at least in my view, this is kind of correcting something and putting them on the same ground as other individuals who would want the same variance.
Okay. Councilmember Jones?
Have you run into this with other applicants? Does this affect more than the one that has requested this?
Yeah, there's been many applicants who have either had to, redesign their project or not do their project because they couldn't meet these standards. Sure.
I would like to hear from the applicant if they're here, and then also, could you tell us how is a hardship defined by the Board of Adjustment?
Yeah, so the Board of Adjustment, they hold an evidentiary hearing, and they can only consider the evidence that's provided at that hearing. And in determining whether a hardship exists, they have to make certain findings. Those findings are listed in the code, and they range from, whether or not adverse impacts exist to adjacent properties and so forth.
State law.
And state law as well, yeah.
Say that again, please.
The same standards as state law are in the UDO as to what you need to prove for a variance.
Yeah, it would be helpful if I could see those. I don't know if that's a real long list, just to have a sense of those.
If you want to hear from the applicant, we could pull them up.
We can pull them up.
Hello, my name is Celeste Reinholtz, and I'm the owner of the property 1613 Ronald Drive. I applied for the text change to allow request of a variance because the landscape buffer physically isn't able to be constructed. There isn't a 10-foot area between my property and the neighboring property. Our driveway butts right up to his yard, so the only area we could have a 10-foot buffer would be in his yard. And we asked him for an easement, which he declined. Of course, he doesn't want to give up 10 feet of his yard. In fact, there isn't even 10 feet there between our driveway and his building, his house. So quite simply, I'm willing to follow the UDO, whatever would make both the neighbor happy and the city of Raleigh happy. He's requested a much smaller buffer, maybe a 1-foot bush or landscape, which is currently there right now and has been for 20 years, or some sort of a fence that would, I guess, block his view of our business. And we're willing to comply with either of those, or any other suggestions that the city might have.
Mm-hmm. And so just for my own edification, could you tell us what the business is? And then was it like a new building that like the buffer didn't realize that needed to be there?
No, the building has been there. The business that I own is a car business. So we started out doing vehicle rentals and sales. There's also a garage, so we do some repair work. And the property is zoned properly. It was originally on a street that was residential, but has since been converted to commercial. There's a Walmart directly across the street and a strip mall directly to our left. The only property that's left as residential is the one building next door to us. The other residential building has also been converted to commercial, as was ours about 30 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it on the map. I'm just trying to figure out why it wasn't already put into the plans or when it became a problem, at what juncture. If the building was already there, maybe I just don't understand.
That might be a question for staff.
If this was not a new building, or was it just something that was figured out, was found out?
It was pointed out to staff through a
Okay.
complaint from a neighboring
I see.
property
So
owner.
this is like an enforcement kind of issue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions for me?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
So there are 4 showings or findings that the Board of Adjustment has to make in issuing a variance. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but the first one is that an unnecessary hardship would result from strict application of the ordinance. The second is that the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar and unique to the property, such as location, size, or topography. Hardships that result from personal circumstances or hardships that result from conditions that are common to the neighborhood in general are not grounds for granting a variance. The third is that the hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner. And the fourth is that the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved.
Okay. Any additional questions? Okay, I just would like to remind everybody, we're not approving this today. We're being asked to authorize a text change, which means it would then go through a public process, and we would have the opportunity after the public input process comes back before us, and we would actually take a vote then. So what we're being asked to do today is authorize the text change. Councilmember Melton.
I'll make that motion if we're ready for it.
Okay.
Second.
Do we have a second? All right. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Mary, you look confused.
So we're approving the text change to set the motion to approve the text change.
We're authorizing the text change to go through a public process.
Yeah, so
Member Melton.
and Robin, jump in if I'm wrong. So the motion was to approve the text change, which to authorize the process to start the text change. So it'll go to out to the public, then it's got to go to Planning Commission, then it comes back to the City Council for us to schedule a public hearing. Then we have a public hearing, and then we vote. So the public will get to weigh in on this proposed text change before we make it final.
My vote is aye.
Okay, and you're? Okay, so Councilmember Harrison in opposition, the rest in favor. Okay, next I'm going to turn this over to the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 5 items today, but I promise you it won't be that long. We're going to be really good stewards of our time and the public's money. So the first 3 items are financially connected, and so we have Allison Bradsher from Finance, our CFO, here to present the first item or set the stage for the first item, and then we'll have our partners come forward. And then the other 2 items, so that I don't have to keep reintroducing Allison, she will bring item number 2, which is our GEO bonds, our bands program. She will provide an update on our band program, and then she'll come back for the 3rd item and give us an update on our GEO bond refunding process. So, Allison.
Great, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As the city manager said, I'm Allison Bradsher here with the Finance Department. And as you know, fiscal stewardship and financial planning are extremely important. Today's presentation is designed to continue education and to continue fiscal transparency. The city's debt portfolio is approximately $1.5 billion with several capital investment models. These long-term financial models support the city's general government needs, so think streets, parks, and housing. It also supports Raleigh Water and the Convention Center, as well as city facilities like our fire stations. So today, I'm pleased to introduce Doug Carter, President and Managing Director of DEC Associates. DEC serves as the city's financial advisor and works with us on debt financing and debt affordability. Doug will provide an overview of the importance of financial management specific to the city's credit rating. Doug also will cover future trends as the city continues to grow, our capital needs and investments will as well. So let me turn the presentation over to Doug Carter of DEC Associates.
Thank you, Allison. Good afternoon. Mayor, members of City Council, City Manager, thank you for the opportunity to come here today. I'm going to make this as fast as possible. There's a number of slides, but they'll go fairly quickly, I trust. Let me just say to start with, this is not the most interesting subject that you'll discuss today or hear discussed, but it is important, just as your CFO has just said. And I'm going to give you some data and hopefully some metrics that will lead you to understand more and more how important it is. Let me just say as a general introduction, financial management for the city of Raleigh is like everything else you hear or see or read about the city of Raleigh. It's top tier. And I think you should keep that in mind as we go through this. We're going to talk a little bit about importance of planning and policies, a bit about credit ratings, some about financial modeling. That is so important that we look at the dollars and how they can be spent. And then we're going to talk just a little bit more later about emerging methods and allocation of resources between operating and capital. Okay, first of all, and I'll do this fairly quickly because I think we all manage our own personal finances, and I think a number of these points are probably pretty important to them just as they are to the city. Having sound financial management and policies surrounding financial policies is a real means to manage the cost of service delivery. It talks to us about maintaining adequate levels of funding between both operating and capital, and oftentimes capital lags a bit. It gives a roadmap on how you implement financial plans. You set achievement objectives. It's a tool, and they can and must change as need be into the future. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about financial markets. You've been reading a lot about them lately. Municipal financial markets are the place you go to sell your publicly offered bonds. It's a very large market. It operates all over the country, but we primarily know it as a New York market. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about it to give you some background. There are two primary participants who buy your bonds. They're institutional buyers, the big banks, insurance companies, mutual fund buyers, and others. And there are retail buyers, us. And also trust funds and individual trust buyers who do that. And so that is the market as we know it as to how we sell our bonds. Now, what is our current market like? Where are we in our current market? And how is that market influenced? First, it's heavily influenced by inflation and inflationary trends. Obviously, markets are influenced by demand. So the higher the demand, the better the pricing. We also look to supply. So if you have low supply and high demand, you have lowest interest rates. Also, credit ratings heavily influence financial markets. The higher the rating, the greater the demand. People want to be repaid, and you get most repaid from the people that have the highest credit ratings. And I would just say to you as a factoid for you, in North Carolina, we have more highly rated cities and counties than any state in the United States. And that, of course, includes the city of Raleigh. The city will be in the market on April and May of this year. Hopefully, we're going to see some pretty good rates. We're down from the high in the last year. There's been a lot of change in the markets. In fact, interest rates have fallen or have risen about 100 basis points to their high, but they have improved some. And as you will see throughout this conversation, quality credit really counts, especially during times that we're in now. Let me say one final thing as really the last part of the box. I see just a lot of fear in financial markets these days. People don't know whether we're going to have a recession or not. And another interesting point is a great majority of the people who operate in these markets are young people, and they've never seen anything but very low interest rates that have been with us for 15 or more years. Let's talk a little bit about ratings and why is it such a big deal to have a very high credit rating? Obviously, I think that subject is probably pretty easy to come to about why it is important, but I think there are certain points, and I'm going to give you one example that I think you can learn very rapidly. First and foremost, it's important that you have it for lowest interest cost. And this is especially important as interest rates rise. The more interest rates rise, the more important and the more measurable are the savings from a high credit rating. It gives you the greatest ability to structure. Let me put it to you this way. If you're AAA or the highest credit rating you can get, which the city is, for all of your credit ratings or issuances, you hold the highest credit rating that is able to be given. And so if you have those, there's a great deal of trust out of that marketplace. That AAA gives you the access you need in troubled times, and it makes you have the ability to do things when times occur that you aren't anticipating. In 2008, we had a huge financial crisis that you all remember. The city of Raleigh had a number of variable rate bonds outstanding. Those bonds began to be put back to the city. A lot of cities and other counties were having enormous problems. In a period of 2 months, you had everything fixed. And you had that fixed because you had access to the markets and people trusted you. The other thing about interesting thing about credit ratings is it gives you an independent third party's view of where you are in your financial management. And so I think it's important to have that. Ratings also drive financial policies. You have to have them to get rating, and obviously strong policies drive strong ratings. Let me just tell you really quickly how a rating gets defined. It's generally, there are 3 rating agencies, Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. You've likely heard those names. They measure in 4 basic areas: the economy and the tax base. That's about 30% of your rating. It's an emphasis there on growth and diversity and per capita wealth measures. You might well guess, as one of the strongest economies in the country, you stack up completely in that category. The second is finances. That's another 30% of your rating. So the first 2 are 60% of your rating. And the first is emphasis on fund balance and your levels of changes in fund balance. How do you use them? Do you have adequate fund balances? And there's also liquidity. The question is, can you pay your bills timely because you have adequate cash flow? And then management, both from budgeting and forecasting, as well as how consistent that management is. And then finally, they look at your outstanding debt, at your pension systems, those things that can give you pretty significant future cost as well. Mayor, I'm doing this rather fast just to do the time thing. The manager winks at me every 2 minutes, so I will know. So I'm watching her really strong on that. Okay, credit metrics are not the only definition for being a AAA in North Carolina. Credit rating agencies have moved in recent years to strong metrics orientation. They make calculations and they add these calculations, and all of a sudden you come out with a metric score. But what has often happened in North Carolina is some of the larger and highest growth entities, like the city of Raleigh, haven't always met these metrics specifically. And so what does that mean? Our firm, some considerable time ago, coined the phrase management AAA. And what that basically means is if your numbers, your metrics aren't specifically a triple, you always get there because you manage so well and because you do things consistent with how a top-rated entity would do things. And so with growth in urbanism, with the need to make capital investments, with the higher cost of operations, that almost always creates these mismatches in metrics. And for you and for North Carolina in general, thankfully in the rating process, there are what are known as intangibles. So you do the metrics calculation, and if you do really well on the intangibles, which you do, you make the mark. The highest mark. Okay, just a few comments. About 2 or 3 years ago is our last report on this, Allison. I just want to give you some things that were said about you by Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. But I'm not going to say the whole thing, but here it is. Diverse, robust, healthy, strong, very strong, historically well-maintained, diverse combination of business and other entities, conservative budget practices, which means effective budget practices. And then challenges, what every large city or county has. Debt levels that you have to look at, size of your capital needs. And then finally, Fitch, in their last report, had no negatives. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Maybe you're a first.
That's right.
Yes.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. Never saw one without a negative. So what is the future with respect to ratings for the city? And I guess I want to start by saying this. We have the great privilege of doing financial advisory work for you and for your sister city in Mecklenburg County. And we've seen growth and change. And basically what happens as cities grow, you make new plateaus. Raleigh is simply not the city it was when you were 250,000 people. It won't be the same people when you reach 500, which is going to be pretty soon, as I read the statistics. Maybe while we're talking, it might happen. And it certainly, you won't operate or manage or deal with your finances the same when you're 1 million people. So plateaus define in many respects how cities operate financially and beyond financially, and you're really coming up on your second big plateau. To me, I judge them as 255 and 1 million, but that really changes how you are as a city. What does that plateau change do? It will give you growth challenges. How will you keep your rating with these new challenges? Your debt levels will obviously grow. How do you manage for those? And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And then finally, as we look at the future for your credit ratings, we're going to always want to make sure that we communicate to the rating agencies, to you, and then ultimately on to the public about how we're managing this new growth and change as a city. There's no way to really manage the debt side of the business, which is what we're going to shift to now, other than without managing a financial modeling process. How do we pay for the debt? Where do we get the money? How does it grow? How do we maintain it? And I'm just going to go over a couple or three of these really quickly for you. You have multiple credit entities in the city, and that's a very big positive. You'll have more as you get bigger. I can just tell you, they're on the way. You have the general government credit entity, you have the convention center credit entity, and you have the Raleigh Water credit entity. All of them maintain very sophisticated, state-of-the-art financial modeling so that they can say to you as an elected body and to the management and to the citizen, we can afford these things. We have the capacity. Right now, and Allison mentioned this earlier, you have almost $1.4 billion in debt. I guess many of you never thought that you would reach the B word, but you have. In fact, it won't be long if you look at the enterprise debt, which is essentially Raleigh Water, that you'll reach $1 billion for them alone, much less what will be happening in the other part of the city. I will say to you There is significant new debt planned. You know about some of this. You'll be seeing more in the CIP process. I said to you earlier what I think is very important to remember. You're highest in each category, and I think that's very, very important to you. And then finally, I'll say to you, because they're headquartered in Raleigh, the North Carolina Local Government Commission is a unique entity in the 50 states, which provides oversight, advice, and help to all issuers, including the large and the small issuers. And they, in many respects, have been a great part of how North Carolina has been so highly perceived in its financial and debt management. Okay, really quickly, how do you do a financial model? Well, you put money in by projecting it, and you take money out. But out of that, you create new capacities, right? You have a large amount of assumptions inside that model. So what creates new capacity? Projects move slower than you think. Projects get larger in size and larger in dollars. Hopefully your revenues grow more rapidly than you think. Actual debt cost is lower than what you have projected. We have rapid debt reduction in the city, and so that helps us. And then finally, that you continue to meet your fund balance goals. Now let me say this to you. In your models, are, I would say, as I did earlier, as good as we see. They've been developed over the years. They've been constantly changed as need be. And I think you should feel very good about how people determine how the revenues come in, how they're managed, and how you create the debt capacity, especially as an issuer of significant debt into the future. I think the key here is prudent assumptions inside that model. You have to make assumptions, and you have to make them prudent. And then I would say to you, the last thing is, and I can say to you, it's been consistently done by this city, when you make these assumptions, when you define debt affordability, you always want to beat the assumptions that you put there. You want to do better than you planned. And in every case thus far, you have done that. Another important factor to debt issuance is your effectiveness and the completeness of your debt policies. I would just say to you, you have some very sound ones, and I just want to go over a couple or three of them for you so that you get into metrics a little bit. How's that? You have, by use of separate credit entities, you take away strong demands on the larger general credit. By separating the convention center and its revenues and separating the general government and separating the enterprises, you create greater activity and greater ability to plan and to accomplish things. Each of these credit entities have their own financial models. You may or may not have seen them. Hopefully you will be seeing them more into the future so that you will see how they work. To give you specific examples of your enterprise policies, Raleigh Water, here are some that I'll just give you as an examples and maybe bore you not to tears on that. The first two metrics in the enterprise policy is what is called debt service coverage and operating days cash on hand. And so the bottom line to all of that is you look at your net operating revenues. You take your operating revenues less your operating cost, and that net operating revenues, to maintain a AAA credit rating, you've got to have 2 times the debt service, 2x, in order to be considered a AAA. Now, what is the positive of having a 2 times? It gives you cash to do pay-go, so that your entire investment in your Raleigh water system is not borrowed. It is essentially cash and borrowed funded, which is a positive in how you look at the total debt affordability of any entity. And then finally, your policies are largely, and as I said to you earlier, they're very good ones, they're largely management in nature. There are some, like levels of fund balance. You have a 14% policy on retention of fund balance in the general fund. But you have a number of other management policies which factor in the retention of highest credit ratings and the great ability to be debt affordable. I think all of those things are very important as you look towards this. Okay, here's some takeaways I want to give you on affordability modeling and the whole debt process that we've talked a little about. And Mayor, I probably should have said this to start. You may stop me at any time. Anyone to ask me any question you want. I was educated in Iredell County, but I speak faster than most Iredell County people. And so maybe you just need to stop me if you need to do that. The first thing I would say to you is you're doing a very good job in debt modeling for debt affordability in all three of the credit entities. We're hoping there is a process now is that semi-annually your senior management will see how these models work, what the projections into the future are, what your affordability into the future are, and what your future needs for revenue in those models will be. And hopefully they'll be once a year, probably during budget time, for the city council as well, so that you can dig more into the metrics and get more and more interested in all of that. Let me just say some thoughts that we would give you as takeaways for the debt affordability in the modeling. What are some things that we should be thinking about? There are likely general government needs that have not been fully funded by your current debt model. And so we're going to need to look into the future. How do we do that? How do we pay for those? By what forms of revenues? How do we raise those revenues? Raleigh Water. It has CIPs and funding levels that may not be purely in sync. There is significant needs in Raleigh Water and other similar utilities in a growing environment, and to bring clean water to everyone. And then there are also large, as you know, regulatory requirements which never cease to grow and change. The other thing I'll say to you are debt policies in need of review. Probably not right now, but in the future, especially as you go to the next plateau and move to next plateaus, probably.
Thank you so much. The Raleigh Water was really specific. Can we go back to general government where you say we have needs that are not fully funded by the current model? Can you give me an example?
There are a number of projects that you know of that are in your CIP that are fully funded. All of your voted GO bonds are fully funded.
What's a GO bond?
The bonds you voted for parks and transportation and things of that nature. They are fully funded by the model. Issuances of non-GO bonds, a number of them are funded. The Civic Campus has been funded inside the debt affordability model. And so those are the kinds of things that have been funded. But as the city grows and it needs more fire stations and more remote police stations and more parks and more roads, those may well not be at the current time fully funded.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Another question, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute, is how much or do we need to realign and increase our financial resources that we put towards debt affordability? And then the last thing is, which is why the city manager asked us to come here today, is our policymakers, are you fully informed? And are you hearing at the intervals you want to hear how this works and how you're such a valuable part of making debt affordability work? Okay? City manager, how much time have I got left?
You ran out of time a long time ago.
Despite the fact that you talk fast.
Okay, this is going to be very quick. I thought it was 20 minutes. Am I over 20?
No, you're good.
Okay, well, thank you. Let me take a deep breath here. Okay. These last three slides, I really want you to give some thought to as you move forward and think about that next level, your next plateau. These are things that you can think about in the coming months as you go through new budget processes and so forth. In looking at emerging methods on how debt service is funded for the general debt, Let me give you an example. Your enterprise debt is paid for by the fees, not by the taxpayers. But your general debt is paid for from a number of sources. And so the question that many people have been looking at is, how do we define sources like property tax, sales tax, other revenues that move together so that when you look at the overall growth in the revenues that are available to pay this debt service grow as the city grows? Are those revenues growing sufficiently to provide you some capacity into the future? I would just say to you that now Raleigh over the years has assigned certain amount of taxes for certain votes and certain referenda. And not all of those taxes grow at the same pace. Some were put in without growth. Some had other criteria. And just looking at how you fund the general debt service, it's highly property tax oriented. And I think giving some thought to, do we add sales tax or other taxes that tend to grow more rapidly? Is that a method that we diversify these sources? Another thing that a number of issuers are looking at is, should we, when we levy taxes, your tax rate, should we show a specific levy for debt service or capital? Does that inform the public that out of that amount of taxes that you're levying, that there's a considerable portion of that is to pay for the assets they use? Roads, parks, bridges. So that is an emerging method that we see more clear. Some of the advantages it has is it basically lets people see when they see their tax bill how much you put to capital out of the tax levy and how much you put to operations. It does give some really good communication to voters too. Ultimately, if you say we have to raise taxes for this particular vote, if we're going to raise more bonds, do we have to do something to our tax levy side? Next to the last slide. Also, in working to maintain a proper allocation between operating and capital, how do we make sure that the level of pay-go and debt funding, how we diversify these things, how do they all work together, as I said a minute ago, about making sure the revenues grow the way the city has grown in its various levels? I'll give you an example on pay-go and debt funding because we talked about coverage in Raleigh Water. They have a goal to fund 40% pay-go up to 50% pay-go, and they produce that out of the rates so that you lower the amount of borrowing burden. They also, in their current model, have that ability to do that if you assume rates are in the 4% range, increases into the future. Also, on the general fund side, a lot of people are looking at what happens when you reach your goal, yours is 14, in any specific year. How do you use that excess over 14%? Do you use it for one-time projects? Do you use it to go into the debt affordability model so that you can increase debt affordability? Do you use some for one purpose, some for others? And so we're seeing more and more people look at, how do you use the money over the fund balance goal that you've reached to go into the future? And then one final thing I'll mention before the last slide is, as you grow larger and have more and more projects, finding the money to spend for soft cost, the planning cost, before they're brought to you for approval can become a very significant proposition. Where do you just find those monies? And we're seeing more and more people establish a planning expense fund. Essentially, you set that fund up with revenues you define or fund balances you define. Those monies are available to be appropriated for the planning so that you can get the projects off the ground perhaps more rapidly. And then once you get those projects done and bonds issued for them, you replenish that fund and it becomes a revolver. So you have a greater and greater method to actively and quickly access planning funds. Okay, last slide. Many folks, and y'all do it too, blend your forms of debt. You have GO bonds, general obligation bonds, and LOBs in your general government. There are some other forms that we can talk about at a later time, but basically those are used generally for different types of activities. And that's a positive thing. I will put something in your mind to think about as my last point here as you look at particularly GO bonds and your LOBs and your revenue bonds. Are there ways that we can plan for these things that improve how we ask the public to vote for GOs or when we issue LOBs or revenue bonds? And I'll just give you an example. There are a number of issuers who have a GO bond referendum on a very planned basis. Every 2 years, every 3 years, or every 4 years. And so they plan for their GO votes in those cycles, as opposed for planning only for projects. They really look for 2 or 3 or 4 year needs. Also, that can also happen on your LOBs. What is the time interval for the issuance of those as well? And then finally, Raleigh Water has already moved to, I think, a really sound planning and issuance paradigm is they issue bonds every other year. And so we know that's going to happen. We can put that into the model and so forth. So with that, Mayor, City Manager, members of council, thank you for the time. I'm still thinking I'm close to 20 minutes. I'm here to answer any other questions that you have, and I'm so pleased that all of you are looking and everything. It's really cool.
That was really well done. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Reviewing that with us really provides some excellent perspective, and also, it reinforces the fact that we have excellent management here. So thank you for that. I just want to ask any members of the team if you have questions. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, thank you for this.
Thank you.
I was curious if we know what the typical debt carriage for pure cities is. Is this $1.4 billion like a comparable amount to some of our peers?
You can measure debt in a number of ways, like what is the gross outstanding amount? What is the debt per capita? I would say, as a growing city, that you have more debt per capita than a non-growth city. But comparing you to another high-growth city, I don't see your debt as outside what I would call reasonable ranges.
Councilmember Jones.
How long have we had the AAA rating?
Oh, my goodness. 25 or more years. A long, long time. A long, long time.
I'd never want this to go away, but can you explain to me what would happen if we went down?
What would happen if we went down? Let me make it, I don't know that I can get us all the way back, but if I could get us back to those 4 things really quickly. Look how I'm just doing this. Economy and tax base, you can't change that. This city has got an economy to die for. Finances, management, and debt you control. And so essentially, how you would lower it is your management be lower or less aggressive. And what would it mean? If you lost it in one credit entity, it would place pressure on all the credit entities, because the presumption would be that you've made some form of a choice to manage at a different level. So how do you lose it? It's going to be very hard for you guys. I'm just going to say it. Did that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mayor, I have 2 of my associates with me today, Jeremy and Andrew. I didn't mention them earlier, but I'm glad they're here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Excellent job.
Thank you much.
Was that really 20 minutes?
Yeah. He's a tough act to follow, that's for sure. All right, while the slide deck comes up, so as the city manager spoke about at the beginning, I have the next two items, and I've kind of rolled them into one presentation. So let me go ahead and get started again. Allison Bradshaw with the Finance Department. This slide is really specific to general obligation debt financing. So you will be asked at the end of this for today's vote. We are starting with essentially what was referenced earlier, voter-approved bonds. So these have already been out to the voters, and they have approved the bonds. We budget for that over multiple years as a part of the capital improvement plan, or the CIP plan that you vote on annually. But once the projects are budgeted, then they go through the various stages of project implementation. They've got to go through the procurement process, the design, the construction, et cetera. So it's really during these two phases that finance plans for what is called cash flow. And what I really mean by cash flow is truly the writing of the checks, albeit we really pay via ACH, to our vendors. So really the green dollars sort of leaving the city coffers. And so here in North Carolina, we manage that with short-term and long-term. Short-term specifically is bond anticipation notes, also known as bands. And then long-term cash needs are funded via bonds. So just quickly to sort of go a little bit deeper into those two types of debt financing and really focus on the way we manage our cash flow and fiscal stewardship. Short term is really a draw program, and it's typically less than 24 to 36 months in length. It has a variable interest rate, and we actually place it with a bank. So think of this almost like a home equity loan or a construction draw program that someone would enter into. Differently, long-term are the general obligation bonds. They are typically over a 20-year period. And as Doug just went over in the prior discussion, again, think of this more like your home mortgage. So today, we are asking for authorization to start a new bands program totaling $110 million. These are from the voter approval for the Transportation, Housing, and Parks bond that I have listed on the slide. And what finance does is we work with project managers across the city, and we look forward to say what are going to be the city's cash needs over the next, say, 24 to 36 months. And ultimately, today's vote will give us the authorization to move forward with the Local Government Commission, the LGC, as Doug mentioned, that ultimately approves all the debt issued here in North Carolina. So the second item is really to close out a BANS, our Bond Anticipation Note program, that was approved by council back in April of 2020. And then again in April of 2021, we actually expanded and added to the program. Again, these are from 3 voter-approved bonds. And ultimately what we're doing with this refunding or refinancing is we are now moving this short-term into long-term. So we're taking out the long-term debt. So in addition, finance certainly works with DEC, our financial advisors, and we review opportunities just like you might in a home mortgage refinancing. If there is a lower interest rate that we might be able to get in the market, we want to go after that. And that is really an economic refunding. And so as we head to the markets, we potentially may have a refunding opportunity that will save essentially future payments back into that general debt model that Doug spoke about. And so that would be a great advantage to taxpayers in the future. So there's an element of an economic refunding incorporated in that. And again, your vote today authorizes us to seek final approval from the LGC at their meeting in April, actually next month. So with that, staff recommends approval of the new BANS program as well as the refunding or the closeout of the existing BANS program, as well as hopefully the markets are good on the day that we're there and we will be able to save future dollars by an economic refunding. So with that, I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. The next item is from Raleigh Water. We have Gregory Jenkins, who's going to talk to us about our Raleigh Water utility assistance and utility affordability study.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, city managers. I stripped out all the jokes after the gentleman went before me, so I'll keep it very simple. My name is Gregory Jenkins II. I'm one of the assistant directors in Raleigh Water, with one of the areas being in customer service. I didn't want to tell Michael I'm trying to take his job. So I have the honor of introducing a presentation on a topic that is near and dear to my heart: utility affordability. Not only am I an employee of Raleigh Water, but I'm also a customer. I have family, friends who are also customers. I receive calls on a regular basis from individuals who struggle to pay their utility bills. And it is very important for me to give them short and long-term solutions to their problems. With this study helps us dig a little deeper into our community to better understand their needs and who they are, as well as give us an opportunity to improve and meet them where they're at. So I want to also take a moment to thank council for their past support of our utility assistance program called UCAP. Raleigh Water has partnered with Raftelis on this study, and Melissa Levin will be presenting on our completion of phase 1 of this study. Thank you.
Mayor, city manager, members of the council, thank you all for allowing me to be here today. As Gregory said, I'm Melissa Levan with Raftelis, Raleigh Water's financial consultants, and I have the pleasure of presenting the results of phase 1 of the water and sewer affordability study. Okay. So the agenda for our presentation today, we're going to talk a little bit about the landscape of the Raleigh Water service area and some of the general system characteristics of the customer base of Raleigh Water. Then we're going to move quickly to the objective of the study and then get into the affordability analysis, the guidelines that we use, the approach that we use, the data that we examine, and then lastly wrap up with phase 2. What are the goals and objectives next? What are our next steps? Okay, so what you see in front of you is a map of the Raleigh Water Service Area. You'll see there the city of Raleigh, and it has 6 surrounding communities around it that make up what Raleigh Water is today, the service area. Over the last 15 years, Raleigh Water has been in the process of merging with some of these communities: Wake Forest, Rollsville, Knightdale, Wendell, Zebulon, Gardner. And in fiscal year 21, they completed the final 2 mergers. And so what happened was in fiscal year 22, those two last merger communities merged into the Raleigh water and sewer rates. So now everyone across the service area pays the same water and sewer rates. So with all of that merging going on in the community and just the growth in the community, over the last 10 years, the city of Raleigh and the Raleigh water service area has seen over 25% growth. With that growth comes really a lot of need for capital investment in the capital infrastructure. So it's not only to keep up with growth, but it's just to do the rehab and the maintenance of the existing infrastructure and all the regulatory requirements. So there's a lot of capital investment that needs to happen. When we look at the customer base of the Raleigh Water Service Area, what we see is that the city of Raleigh makes up about 74% of that customer base, followed by Wake Forest at about 10%, Garner at 6%, and the other communities hold about 2 to 3%. The service area is the majority residential customers, about 92% residential customers. But those customers only make up about half of the usage in the Raleigh Water Service Area. The rest of the usage is made up from commercial, institutional, industrial, multifamily. Okay,
So the objective of the study, with all of the growth that's been happening, the diversification of the customer base, we wanted to understand what is the impact of the water and sewer bill on that kind of growing customer base. So to analyze that, we used two different guidelines or two different approaches. We used the 1997 U.S. EPA guidance. That was guidance that was put in place for utilities that were struggling with combined sewer overflows. And the way that they determined how long they had to pay back, pay on the capital for those combined sewer systems was if the bill, if it was more than 4% each month, then it was unaffordable. If it was less than 4%, it was affordable. And that determined how long those communities had to pay back those capital plans. So what happened was, based on that 1997 framework, that really kind of became the most commonly used industry metric, and it's still used today, that 1997 guidance. In 2019, a new framework was put in place that basically uses that same 4% threshold, but instead of looking at it as 4% of median household income, it looks at it as 4% of the lowest quintile income. That is the bottom 20%. That is the folks that are called, kind of labeled and commonly known as the working poor, the folks that qualify for SNAP assistance and other customer assistance programs. So those are the two different guidelines that we used. The data that we examined, we have 6 years of Raleigh Water detailed customer billing data. So we can see on a monthly basis the usage for each account in the Raleigh Water service area, and we can see the amount that is paid on a monthly basis for all of that usage. We also used demographic and socioeconomic data from the U.S. Census Bureau, and that was based on 2020 data. It has since been updated the beginning of this year, and so now the newest data is 2021. But at the time of the analysis was based on 2020 data. So when we look at the data examined, what did we see when we had that detailed customer billing data? And what you see here on the left is a map of the different communities, the different cities in the Raleigh Water Service area. And you can see that really the average monthly bill ranges anywhere from $40 to $62, with Wake Forest and Rolesville having the higher average monthly bills. They have a lot more water usage. If you think about it, everyone's paying the same rates, but the usage up there in the Wake Forest, Rolesville area is a little bit more than the surrounding areas. Zebulon over there to your right uses less, and so their bill is $40 versus the $62 that you see up there in the Wake Forest, Rolesville area. Raleigh, Gardner, Knightdale, Wendell are all roughly the same. They're hanging out around that $50 range. If you look over to the right on that graph, that's the census tract data for each of those communities. And what you see is there's really minimal variation for those census tracts. You see a little bit of yellow, that's, census tracts with a little bit higher bill. And then you see up there at the top, there's a red and an orange. And it makes sense if you think about the average bill in the Wake Forest and the Rolesville area is a little bit higher. In those census tracts, there are customers that use a lot of water. So you see that red and orange up there in those census tracts. There's a little kind of heavier usage in the Raleigh area as well when you look left to center of that Raleigh service area, or the city of Raleigh service area. Okay, so that was the data that we examined. For the median household income, and this is the data that we got from the U.S. Census Bureau, you can see the different communities and their median household income. When you look up at the top, Wake Forest and Rolesville are up over $100,000 for their median household income. Zebulon over there to the right is more in the $40,000 range for the median household income, with Raleigh, Knightdale, Garner all around $70,000, about $67,000 to $69,000 for the median household income. So at the top, those folks use more water, but they've got a higher median household income. On your right, those folks use less water, but they've got a lower median household income. So based on that 1997 guidance, what does that look like? Well, what you see here is when we look at it at the city and community level, We're below 1%. When you think about that water and sewer bill as a percent of the median household income, if you think about 4% being the cutoff, we are well below that 4% threshold. It's hanging out in the 0.7 to 0.9%. So well below that affordability threshold. When we look at it at that census tract level over on the right, same thing, no apparent affordability issues using that 1997 guidance. If we take that data examined and we use the 2019 guidance, that new framework for assessing affordability that focuses on that lowest quintile income, what you see is, we're going to focus here on the lowest quintile income real quick. Wake Forest and Rollsville up there still hanging out at a higher lowest quintile income, similar to that median household income. They're much higher than the rest of the service area. Again, Raleigh, Garner, Wendell, Knightdale, all similar. Zebulon at 18,000. So when we look at the 2019 guidance, and sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself, but what we see, even using that lowest quintile income, is on the city community level, is it's still well below that 2% threshold or 4% threshold. It's lower than 2%. So we're looking at 1.6, 1.7, 1.8%, which is well below the 4% threshold that's used for that 2019 guidance. If you look over to the right at the census tract data, you see a few of the census tracts light up. There's a few that are red and orange that are showing that it's getting up there at 3 and 4% in some of those census tracts. But if you take into consideration that on the city county level, it's so much lower than 2%, so much lower than 4%, what that leads us to believe is on the census tract level, it's more of a poverty issue as opposed to a Raleigh water and sewer affordability, a bill issue. Okay, so because we know that there's census tracts that have folks that are struggling, we don't think there's a widespread affordability issue in the area, but because we know there's a few census tracts that may be struggling, what we decided to do was take a detailed sample analysis from the U.S. Census Bureau, and so we had detailed information for 10,000 customers in your service area. We had the number of people per household for each of those sample data points. We also have the income for each of those data points. And what we did was we assumed two CCF usage per person for each of those households to estimate a bill, and then looked at the income for each of those households to determine how many of those different households may be having affordability issues. Now, granted, this was just a sample of 10,000, but what we saw was that about 5% of that sample kind of were having a little bit of affordability issues. So we extrapolated that information to the full Raleigh water service area, and what we are estimating is about 5%, or about 9,400 customers potentially face unaffordability in the Raleigh water service area. Just to give you guys a little bit of a data point, in 22, the city's existing customer assistance programs assisted 5,277 customers. Okay, so that's what we did for phase one. We're looking at doing phase two. We're looking at further evaluating affordability. We know there's some updated census data that is available. The affordability guidelines to continue to evolve, so we want to look at those. We know that, Wake County has their own definition of affordability, so we just want to review kind of all of the new information that's out there, as well as some of the information from the city county governments in the surrounding area, so that we can define what affordability really means to the city of Raleigh and kind of hang our hat on that definition. After we do that, we want to review our current policy and practices. You saw, the current assistance programs were able to provide assistance to 5,277 folks. What is that number that really needs assistance? How much needs to be in that fund so that we can help some of those folks that are struggling? There's also other policies and procedures that we'll look at, late policy or late payment plans. Maybe it's a census tract that we need to go out there and distribute die kits and flappers to help some of those folks that are struggling with water loss and higher bills. But it's all of those practices that we're just going to take a look at. Then lastly, the plan is to, in our Raleigh Water and Sewer financial model, we're going to build in a measurement of affordability so we can track that on an annual basis, just so we can kind of keep our finger on the pulse of that and monitor that so we can make sure we're on top of that and hopefully help to minimize affordability issues across the area. And that's all I have for right now, if anyone has any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Definitely. Thank you for the presentation and the information. And I know there's going to be continued study, review, and monitoring. But right now, we have residents, as your data shows, that need help now. And my question is, what can we do, one, from an educational standpoint? Well, actually, I'm not going to ask what can we do. I'm going to challenge that we come up with a program to educate those that we've kind of identified that maybe, cost burdens. I know recently I just had an issue as well with a resident, and they had some issues, physical issues, and they needed assistance. So how we can connect to that community and partner with our programming, and maybe we come up with some type of pilot in the interim before we come up with a full-blown revamping of the program.
Yeah, I just want to thank you.
Member Harrison?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for this presentation. It's really interesting. I would just be curious to know about any conversations that we might be having with the county on this type of issue. I know that they have been looking at some proposals around some kind of utility relief, and I don't know how they're defining that or thinking about that, but it's just something I'm aware of, and I want to make sure we're in that conversation.
That's a great comment. Let me say that currently we work with the county. The county administers our assistance program right now, so we are constantly in contact with them. The LEWAP program, which was the first water assistance program that came out, we have been able to help many of our customers with that and actually help structure that in the early when it first rolled out. So we're constantly in conversations with them to make sure that our needs are being met on both sides and that we're sending people with the right information.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fort?
So you, excuse me, indicated that the county is administering the program. Do they report back and give you data in terms of like how many people access it, and are they giving you some metrics in terms of people using the program?
So
I guess more specifically, City of Raleigh residents versus folks in other municipalities.
So the biggest metric we get right now currently is who gets approved and how much they get approved for, because we apply that to their utility bill. In the very beginning of that program, when we were first setting it up, there was a lot of conversation about what metrics are being kept and how the application process was happening. But since the program kind of got running and off to a smooth start, we haven't had those conversations. But we're going to follow up with them. They just got another round of money within the last month. And so I'm pretty sure that as they continue to get money, that we will probably continue to have those conversations. So we'll be circling back around with them to try to get more data points. But at the time, it was more importantly just to get the program off the ground and running.
So I guess, Madam City Manager, once you get the data, would it be possible to put it in the manager's update or something, just so we know?
Sure.
City of Raleigh residents versus other residents and how many people are being served?
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, I have two. Thank you, by the way. Well, I guess one question and then one comment. So first question is that program, the existing program, operating at capacity? Like, is it serving the max people it could?
I think right now, the way our policies are set up is currently meeting the needs, right? I think what we're running into when LEWAP was first rolled out, there was, if you're getting money from one pot, you couldn't get it from the other pot. So that's some of the things that in our policy review in phase 2 that we'll be looking at, trying to see where do we have leeway in trying to figure out, can we increase that number from that 5 to 9, for example, right? But right now, we have money in the UCAP program and Project Share as people continue to call in, that we still have access to money currently.
Got it. Anyone else?
She's got another one.
Yeah, I just also want to lift up Councilmember Branch's comment, like piloting a program, getting a lot of education out there. I think there's organizations out in our community that are already doing this work or are interested in this type of work. And so as you like continue to iterate, partnering with like existing groups and churches and civic organizations could be a great opportunity.
We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? That was great. Thank you for bringing that forward and keeping us informed. Look forward to what you learn in phase 2. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I promised the last item on the manager's report today is an update on the Civic Campus, more specifically East Civic Tower. So we have Priscilla Williams from Engineering Services here to present this item.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and members of council. I am Priscilla Tyree Williams, City Construction Projects Administrator with the Engineering Services Department, and it is my pleasure to present staff's recommendation for the East Civic Tower project. Today, we will offer a brief summary of the need for the new Civic campus, discuss the project budget, present a summary of the reductions to the budget and project scope, and staff recommendation. So why a new Civic campus? The master plan, which was adopted by council in 2018, indicated that the Civic Campus Master Plan presented a unique opportunity to invest in a key and essential public asset that would benefit the city for generations to come. A foundational rationale for the East Civic Towers to eliminate the challenges that exist with the fragmented scenario we experience now. Some of these challenges are security, infrastructure, use of space, ADA compliance, customer service access, and workforce efficiency. Spread among 5 different downtown locations, the city holds 5 leases for space in downtown Raleigh. If there is no East Civic Tower project, the operational costs continue to mount for our aging infrastructure, including utilities, janitorial, and security services across multiple sites, along with the renovation costs to upgrade spaces to accommodate employee growth and organizational realignments. If there is no East Civic Tower, I'm sorry.
Could you go back to, Councilmember Patton just walked in, could you go back to the leases? I just wanted everybody to see what our lease obligations are right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, I just want to make sure. If there is no East Civic Tower project, the city would need to invest in deferred maintenance on the existing physical plant, namely R&B, OEP, and 310 West Martin Street, and that immediate need totals nearly $20 million. For the city of Raleigh, the East Civic Tower creates a consolidated public service delivery. It improves efficiencies among staff through collaborative workspaces. It offers civic meeting space for commissions and boards. It provides better access management for city council, executive management, and staff. It provides training and conference rooms for staff and focuses on security, safety, and accessibility for a 21st century Civic Tower. The project team has performed budget and scope reconciliations throughout project design development that are above and beyond standard practices. These measures were taken to validate initial building program assumptions and budget constraints. It is important to note that during this project's development, the world experienced a global pandemic that has shifted our business paradigm. At the 100% design development phase, the project was over budget, and $6.6 million in value management options were accepted to reduce costs. In total, over the course of the project's development, the project has been reduced by $29 million, and the project scope has not changed. This slide highlights the escalation that has been experienced over the course of the project's development. These lines represent accepted industry indices that track escalation. Note that our project, in an effort to include conservative assumptions for escalation, has assumed a project escalation within those limits. The estimate of the project at fall 2022 compared to the 2018 approved budget allocation is shown here. At project start, we communicated with City Council. Those project elements that are not included in the $190 million approved budget, we estimate those costs at $28.7 million, which includes items like office furniture and workspaces and some AV IT equipment and software. To advance this project, staff offers a reduction proposal to lower the current budget estimate. These recommendations also reduce the project scope. These changes net $44.2 million, and it anticipates a fall bid date and a move towards stability in the marketplace, possibly and hopefully. And therefore, among the reductions would be our escalation that we're carrying. For an illustrative perspective, these changes amount to 20 stories to 17 stories. So the building will now be 17 stories, and that includes 12 finished floors, 3 unfinished floors, a possible additional unfinished floor, and the architectural crown feature that you see at the top would now be on the 17th floor. Our project schedule recalibrates upon your approval, with the redesign starting immediately. Our goal is to have a guaranteed maximum proposal or maximum price, a GMP, for your approval in the fall. In summary, staff recommends council approve the design contract amendment in the amount of $700,000 to complete the design and bid the project. Bids will reflect actual costs for future council decisions on project advancement. Madam City Manager, this concludes the presentation, and staff is now available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions? I'm sure we do. Councilmember Patton?
Yes, thank you so much. I was curious if you had an inkling of how quickly these benefits will start to be realized. How, like, when will the building start to pay for itself, and thus cost savings from the rent, any sale from property, et cetera?
That I don't have, but I can make a note of it and follow back up.
So staff is working on the question that was asked in the conversation a couple Thursdays ago to look at cost-benefit analysis. So we'll have that in the next couple of weeks for you.
Any additional questions? When did we start talking about this? Was it 2015?
Yes. When we did the downtown property disposition study.
Mm-hmm. So this has been ongoing since 2015. And a lot of what we talked about at the beginning was, well, first off, the condition of this building and the improvements we knew we would have to make if we didn't do something else. We talked about bringing staff together and creating more efficiency. Right now we have people in, I think, 7 different facilities. And I think what's important right now, as I think about this, we keep talking about bringing people back to work, creating the type of environment that people want to come to. I think that's an opportunity for us to really look at ways where we can create that space that is, creates the workplace that people want to be in. And I know you're looking for some authorization for the contract with Ratio to make these changes, $700,000. I've been advocating for this to move forward since 2015. So I'm in favor of it, but I want to see what everybody else's reaction is. Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just
Mayor Pro
add,
Tem.
this has been sort of multiple councils that have started this process, continued the process, had to sort of chip in, be nimble with what this looks like. And I guess it's our turn now. We're a very quickly growing city. We're spending a lot of money to lease facilities, to try to upkeep facilities that are sort of falling behind. And I think this is one of the growing pains. It hurts a little to have to spend the money, but I think in the long term, it's what the city needs to keep customer service and to manage on the growth. And so I guess it's our council's turn to participate, and I'm prepared to make the motion or second it and keep it going. And we go from there, and hopefully we'll have dirt moving at some time in the near future. I'd like to step foot in the building maybe while I'm still here. So
Me too.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know you said since 2015, but I actually think this conversation started 2 city managers ago.
There's been 2 runs at this
Yeah,
project
so there's
prior
been
to
2
this,
runs
yeah.
Well,
prior.
that was the Lightner Center.
Correct.
That was 2007 when I first got on the council, and that was killed. Did not move forward, and we've been struggling ever since trying to define how we're going to house our employees.
Right. And where I was going with this is that when we talk about the changes in the city, if I was doing a project and I wanted permitting, I would go to one building. And if for some reason I need to talk to housing, I have to leave and walk to another building. And then if for some reason I need to talk to a city attorney about it, I have to go back to another building. That's not customer service for a city like ours. So I definitely support this project, and I look forward to continuing to approve it.
Imagine when the public feels that way, imagine how employees feel.
Yep.
Frustrated.
I'll make the motion if we're ready.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you've been at it a long time on this project. Keep it up. Thank you.
And that concludes my report today. And so I understand that Priscilla has the documents ready, so we're going to get them to the designer, and we're going to put this out on the street today so that we can actually get some drawings back that we can put it out to the market to see what the actual cost will be.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, now we have the report. Man, you had a long,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I kind of try to stage up this whole budget process, particularly for the newer folks, to understand about debt and how we assume debt and how we are responsible with our debt. And so there's a method to the madness.
No,
of all
that
the
was
stuff
excellent.
that we do. Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
really good. Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Police Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Manager, and City Council. I'm extremely pleased. I'm Dr. Artina Hamilton, Director of Equity Inclusion, and I'm here to introduce Ms. Genevieve Sims, who will be presenting the annual work plan for the Police Advisory Board.
Oh, good, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for taking time to hear our presentation today. This is the fiscal year 2023 work plan for the Police Advisory Board, and our theme for this year is community education and engagement. I'm going to try, this is my first time, oops, that didn't quite work. Got it. This board was created in 2020 by this council, consisting of 11 members. And in the beginning, the board was given some training by the police department and the city attorney's office, and various areas were covered. We did not complete our training due to COVID, and we hope to resume that at some later point. But what I want to focus on is where we are going. As you are aware, there are 11 members of the board, and this slide basically tells you who they consist of. There are 10 spots filled right now. Our new chief has not made her appointment. That slot has been vacant since April of 2022. Board members have an annual retreat at which we develop our plans for the year. Our annual retreat for this planning cycle was in April of 2023. And during that time, we came up with our plan for 2023. But first, let me tell you what we accomplished in 2021, 2021-22 cycle. We reviewed 3 policies, and I will tell you that those policies were shared with the chief, our recommendations, and she has responded on those. We will be discussing her response to our recommendations at our retreat in April of this year. In addition to reviewing policies, we participated in community meetings, the Mayor's Unity Day, June 10th celebration, and neighborhood association meetings. We had Chief Patterson meet with us to present her recommendations for the new policy, the new department's policy on the de-escalation. She has had also on-site meetings on that de-escalation policy, and that policy has been adopted by the department. I would like to say that our recommendations, the Police Advisory Board's recommendations, were included in her policy. For fiscal 2023, we were trying to focus again on community engagement and education, since that is part of the charge that you gave us. Looking at that, we have goals for each of our subcommittees. The Bylaws Committee was responsible for developing our bylaws. We have amended our bylaws. Those amendments are presently pending. Policy and Procedure Committee is tasked with reviewing 4 policies this year. We have gone through a review of the department wellness policy. We are presently looking at the response to juvenile incidents and the interview and interrogations, which also relates to juveniles. And the 4th policy, again, will be a review of body-worn cameras. In order to meet our goals for 2023, we have designed a budget. I'm sorry, where you see here are the members of our board, trying to stay within my time limit. Our proposed budget includes monies for our community engagement initiatives. And I'm going to move through and see, this is a summary of what we anticipate needing for 2023. $3,500 for print media and marketing, $2,000 for speakers, $1,000 for education, for a total of $6,500. And I believe you have our materials in front of you, which give you further details as to how we plan to spend the money. So, can I ask if there are any questions that you have for me?
Councilmember Melton?
I don't have a question for you, Ms. Sims. It's very good to see you in person.
Thank you.
I am the liaison to the Police Advisory Board, so we speak fairly regularly, often if there's an issue, and then sometimes just to come to your meetings. So I've gotten to see all the good work they're doing. One question I have, I think it's for city managers. I wasn't aware that revisions to their bylaws are pending. Like, when can we, are those for today's approval, or is that going to come back to us?
Dr. Hamilton is probably best positioned to answer that.
Sorry, put you on the spot.
No worries. No
They'll
worries.
be presented at the next city council meeting, so they're not pending with you guys. Yes.
That was the only question I really had. I also just want to say, you know, we've had folks come into this chambers and say certain things about our police advisory board that it was in disarray, that it has no teeth, etc. This is a very dedicated group of volunteers that are working very, very hard to make some positive change in the city. They are not in disarray. I've been to their meetings. The chair does a fantastic job. They are thoughtful. They spend a lot of time going through these policies and trying to find ways to better our police department and to better our city. They have a great working relationship, the entire board. I would encourage anybody who has questions or concerns to attend one of their meetings. I know we've got some efforts underway in general to make our boards and commissions more accessible, so hopefully your meetings will be able to be live streamed soon so more members of the public can see it. But this group's doing really good work. You don't get to do everything that I want you to do. I would love for you to have some oversight capability and investigatory capability. We made that request to the legislature. It was denied. So you're doing what you can right now with what you've got, and it is very meaningful work. And so I move to approve their work plan.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. And Ms. Sims, I just want to say thank you for sticking with it, for your leadership, and bringing stability to the board. You all are doing very thoughtful work, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate your support, too.
Thank
you
you.
all very much.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee.
No report. We have one item pending, which is the Economic Development Roundtable with our HBCUs, but I do not have a date for that meeting yet. I think City Manager's office was going to try to coordinate with both Shaw and St. Aug's, figure out who we want to have there and when everyone's available.
Thank you. Growth and Natural Resources.
I just want to give an overview of where we were on February 28th. I just want to thank everyone for being there, staff, our committee members, public that showed up. We had a really good discussion, went a few hours. And I want to thank Tansy for organizing, helping me get that going for the first time. I'm going to read off some of the summary here, just so everyone's aware of the discussion. We did receive an overview of the Dix Edge study and then the associated comprehensive plan amendments. When we resumed the hearing on those items, our committee recommended that we adopt the Dix Edge study. That was a 3-0 vote. And associated comp plan amendments with one amendment to remove the urban corridor along Fayetteville Street. There would also be changes to the future land use map related to our recommendations regarding the zoning case Z5322B. Now, with regards to that zoning case, I really do want to thank staff for their presentation and all their work to help us better understand that particular case. I think the committee got a much better understanding of what is going on there, what the possibilities are, the analysis from the stormwater side. And I think ultimately all of us are looking for affordable housing opportunities as much as possible. So far, based on the committee's decision, we did vote 4-0 to not move forward with this particular zoning case because of some of the competing priorities that are going on here. So concerns about open space, maintaining open space. This is an area that is surrounded by a number of neighborhoods that are lower income, moderate income, that otherwise don't have a lot of green space right there. It's also a forested tract next to a floodplain that provides significant ecosystem benefits. I think other committee members might want to add to their own, kind of thoughts on this, but that's where we went with our votes anyway. It was 4-0 to not move forward on Site 1 or Site 3. Now, we did not discuss zoning case Z7221, but we also did move it out of the committee. So our recommendation was, well, no recommendation, but to set a public hearing date. So I have a couple motions I'd like to make on public hearing, but perhaps before I do that, I just want to open it up to any committee members. Anything else you'd like to add to summarize?
Well, I think you covered it well. I do know I asked a question of staff if they had reached out to Barbara from NC State, and there's actually been an email since then that I found was quite interesting, that I definitely want to discuss when we have our public hearing, because it helps provide me some more information that we did not have at the time in which we voted this out. So, but you pretty much covered it all.
Any questions for Councilmember Harrison? Right. Do you want to make a motion on the public hearings?
Yeah, so
Resuming the public hearings?
yeah, exactly. So I think initially we need to, I guess my motion is to remove the Dix Edge study, CP 122, Z5322B, and Z7221 from the GNR committee, and that the recommendations that I mentioned be considered when the items come back for public hearing.
And what would the public hearing date be?
April 4th, during the day, would that work?
I think
During
that
the
should be
daytime?
fine, yeah. So if it was April 4th for all of those, do we need to motion those two separately, Robin?
I think if you state the Z numbers, you can do them together, or the actual case numbers and the date.
Okay, yeah, I think the April 4th meeting would be a good time.
Okay, so the motion is for the Dix Edge study, Z72 and Z53 to come before us on April 4th during the day to resume the public hearing. Is that correct, Councilmember?
I think let's do Z7221 at night. I think that's going to have some interest. And then the other two, I'm fine in the afternoon. I don't know. That's fine with me.
What does our night meeting look like?
We just added 4 cases.
And how many were on there?
2.
Okay.
Right, so you added 3 during report of planning commission.
Yeah, 1 held.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah. So Skyland Ridge, the Southeast Area Study, Shaw, Corporate Ridge, and there's one more. I'm sorry to that snowflake. I can't remember its name. Yeah.
Okay, so Z72 on the 4th at night, the other 2 during the day. Do we have a second? Councilmember Melton is seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, next we have Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. We did meet last week to discuss the Peace and West rezoning case. That is still in committee for further discussion. And then we have Transportation and Transit.
Yeah, we just received an item today. I'll get with staff on when we actually have the meeting to discuss it.
Okay.
No other items.
All right.
Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to confirm the item you're holding in committee. The hearing will be continued until the 28th, right, in committee?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, now we have the report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start with Councilmember Harrison today. Surprise.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to check in again on virtual attendance for boards and commissions. Apologies, I'm a broken record on that one. I don't know if we have a plan or a date on when we might hear back on that.
Staff is bringing that back. Ms. Hinton, do you have the date on that item?
Yes, good evening. Taisha Hinton with the Community Engagement Office. I actually just submitted into Board Docs, so it'll be before you on March 21st.
Thank you. All right, thanks so much. Let's see, a couple other options. Let's see, neighborhoods. Yeah, housing and neighborhoods. I just want to thank folks in the department and planning and development for getting back to me about some questions I had regarding affordable housing policies. It was really helpful to read through what you all are already doing and opportunities for moving forward. So I just want to say thanks for that. And then I did want to bring up having a work session about election changes or just reviewing where we've been in terms of elections. I know we talked about that perhaps
coming.
doing in March, but I'm guessing we're busy. So I just want to see if we could set a date for a work session on that in April, and to make sure that that would be a public session or, open to the public to attend.
Sure, we're reshuffling right now the agenda that we sent you guys last month because we've had some other priorities come up. So you'll get that probably by the end of the week.
Okay,
and
great.
We'll get that plugged in April.
And is it helpful to hear about like specific topics that we might want to cover? Do you want us to send those to you, or just because election writ large, there's a lot of different ways that we could be thinking about it.
Sure, that would be helpful. We
Okay,
can
and by when would
kind
be?
of design. I'd say next week, the end of next week.
Okay, so that's for everyone. If you have anything you want to discuss in that, great. Okay, that's all.
Okay, Councilmember Fort.
Yeah, this Saturday, the park staff will be hosting a community meeting at Method Road at 10 a.m. to discuss the upcoming plans for revitalization of the center, or however that's going to go. So I invite folks from the community to come and attend. I think they have made accommodations for a translator for folks who speak Spanish. There's also going to be an Arabic translator there, so it's going to be open and a lot of opportunities for folks to give input about what's going to happen in that area. So I hope people can attend on Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. And I think they're going to have refreshments too, right, Stephen? Yeah, okay.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you so much. I first want to say thank you to Sartoma Art Center. Mary, Councilor Black, and I were able to host a joint community meeting last Wednesday, and they did a phenomenal job. It was a great conversation, and so I just wanted to say thank you. Another thank you goes out to Wake County Public Schools for Read Across America Week, which was last week. And I promised I would say this. I read at York Elementary, and the third graders have asked that we prioritize saving trees in every rezoning case. So please, I just want to make sure that we do that. The third graders have spoken. The next thing, in regards also to Wake County Public Schools, I was talking to the chair, Lindsay Mahaffey, and asking her, I know one of our consent agenda items was about traffic in school zones and changing times. And I sent it to her just to review to see if we're missing anything. She was very happy with it. Fantastic. But I did ask her, or she asked me, I'm sorry, if we could include Wake County Public Schools in annexations and rezonings as a possible partner, just so that they can tell us, hey, this school is capped. This is a plan for the future. This is a future school that we want to do or whatnot. So their input is also provided in our decision making. So I said I would uplift that. So that would be awesome. And then lastly, I've just been going through and just thinking, how do we, if we're going to be a council, how do we hold each other accountable? I know that we have public rules of decorum, how we want people to act, but I really want to know, how do we hold each other accountable for when things, if there's something that, I'm just going to pick on you, but if Stormy does something and I'm like, whoa, I'm not okay with that, how do we make sure, is it all behind, how does that happen? How do we, as a team, act like a team? And I don't think that's a question for city manager. I'm just kind of asking the group, like, how are we communicating and making sure that we're all on the same wavelength? And if we're not, making sure that we're communicating.
I take it that the code of conduct has been shared? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a guiding principle. And the issue with that is it has no teeth.
How do we make it have teeth?
We'd have to revise it and get the 5 votes necessary to give it teeth.
Code of conduct heard. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I will remind you, it is in your orientation booklet.
It's a large booklet.
Yes.
I will go back to that
big
3-inch binder and go look at it. Yes, thank you so much.
Or we can just pull your copy this afternoon, so you don't have to go through all
Or you
that.
can Google it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all fun.
That's all. Thank you so much.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just 2 items. The first one is on March 18th at 10 a.m. at 1214 Lenore Street, I will start back the District C meetings that we had pre-COVID. This will be in person. It's the location we had prior to COVID. Again, it's 1214 Lenore Street on March 18th at 10 a.m. 10 to 12, we are sticklers on starting, but especially ending on time because it is a Saturday. They will continue to be on the third Saturday of the month. That's where I met Miss Jones many years ago when she attended. The second item I have is I've received emails from property owners along Blunt Street in the Prince Hall Overlay District asking how can this be removed? I do not know the process, so I want to, if we could share what is that process, if these owners would like for the Prince Hall Overlay District to be removed, so we can share that with them. Again, these are property owners, and we've seen this in one case a couple years ago. We have this in a current case now, and I have other property owners that are also asking the exact same question. So instead of doing something piecemeal, I figure I'll ask and see what that process is and share it with them.
What we'll do is we'll put an item in the manager's update that just outlines the process, but if you will have Brenda connect with planning staff, we can follow up with the people that have reached out to you so that they can get a direct response.
Okay, will do. And that is all I have. I think spring starts sometime soon. I think when we meet again, but also time changes this weekend. So spring forward, or you'll be late.
And allergies are here too.
The pollen is here.
Yes. Just look at your cars. It's not pretty.
Just a
Councilmember
couple
Black.
of just a couple of updates today. First thing I want to say is Happy Women's History Month. I feel the weight of that power being on like a council filled with women. So happy. I feel it too. The second thing is I'm going to be having my second community link up with Councilor Black Me on March 24th, I believe. Or let me check there's so many things. The 25th, excuse me, that's Saturday. Date TBA, but if you would like to know when and where, you can check out my social medias. You can also sign up for a newsletter through the link on my socials. And the last thing is I am not going to be here next week. I'm going to be speaking at a conference, South by Southwest, on Gen Z women disrupting politics. So I'm really excited, and I need to get an excused absence. That is all. Thank you.
Awesome.
Councilmember Patton.
I just wanted to use my time today to kind of share with the public. A lot happens in the consent agenda. We approved that in the first 5 minutes of this meeting, and there was a lot in it. And I think a lot of the super most beneficial stuff that we do here in the city can flow through the consent agenda. So I wanted to use my time to highlight a few things that happened that were great for District B in this consent agenda today. So one is small, but there's an upsized pipe for the folks who live on Somerton Drive, and that should help with some flooding and issues for them. Also, Alvis Farm Park has been a banked park for a long time and was not on any sort of short-term plan. It was not funded through the bond. But as of today's consent, Corral is an organization that provides equine therapy to at-risk girls, and they'll be leasing the space, Alvis Farm Park, for the next 9 years. It's 9 years. And I was able to visit their facility over the weekend. They're doing really incredible work for girls in Raleigh. They're also, not only is this activating a park that would otherwise kind of sit and get dusty, but it's also moving the facility closer to the populations they serve. So it'll also enhance their services to girls. So I just wanted to make sure I just want to give that some sunshine because it's really cool, and it happened nice and quiet on the consent agenda. And then we also got some speed limit reductions and some no right on red updates in our school zones, which will be great for safety improvements in our area. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Councilmember Melton.
Thanks. I've got community office hours Saturday, March 18th, 11 a.m. at 209 Bickett Boulevard. It's at I'm going to say this wrong, Anisette Sweet Shop in Five Points.
Yep.
Did I say it right? I should probably learn if I'm going to be sitting there, but I'll be there if you want to stop by, chat, and that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Also, on Saturday, March 18th at 9:30 in the morning, if you'd like to come to the District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting and then go meet with Corey and then go see Jonathan, we are going to be talking about Vision Zero again, which maybe you've already heard that. But if you want to go on a bike ride, we are going to have a community bike ride. So bring your bicycle. We're also going to have some e-bikes. I want to thank Oaks and Spokes for putting this together. Everyone is welcome. Well, only up to 4 of us on council, but all staff are welcome and the public. Thank you. That'll be Thomas Crowder Center again, starting March 18th at 9:30.
Thank you. I just want to offer congratulations to the 10th birthday party for Raleigh Brewing Company. This is a woman-owned business, and I was asked to come speak and celebrate with them on Saturday. I could not believe the number of people there. She has really built a community, and that is really key to building a small business. And I was just thrilled to be there and see the excitement. It felt like before COVID instead of, yes, what we've gone through the past 3 years. It was wonderful to see. Then on Sunday, International Women's Day event was held at the Sheridan. There were about 150 people there, one of the most diverse audience I've ever seen, with, again, small business owners, people who want to make a go of it in our city and looking for guidance and assistance. I was on a panel discussion with a number of people, including Secretary Elaine Marshall. Another great day, just full of enthusiasm and people wanting to come together and move our city forward. Great. And then finally, I just would like to get from the Human Relations Commission an update on Mayor's Unity Day. My understanding is that it is not being held. It's on their work plan, though. And right now, last year's event was outstanding, brings the people together. And I think right now we need more than ever to keep bringing people together. So I'd like an update on that with some, just make sure we have factual information, but also say that's on the work plan, needs to get done. Okay, thank you. Next, we go to appointments.
Environmental Advisory Board, you have 1 regular vacancy. Lama King received 4 votes, Tessa Monday 2. So that will be on the next agenda. The Fair Housing Hearing Board, 1 regular vacancy. Eric Colburn received 3 votes. Cassandra Hextall received 4 votes. So that'll be on the next agenda. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy. Martha Brock received 3 votes. Lee Chung Young received 1 vote. So that will be on the next agenda. And then we will go to the nominations. Arts Commission, you have 1 vacancy as a term of Angela Salamana is expiring, and she does not wish to be considered for reappointment. So that's upcoming. The next is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. You have 3 terms that are expiring, and all are eligible for reappointment as far as length of service, and all would like to be considered. That's the term of Joe Caruso, Mary Jo Gellenbeck, and Brian Thomas.
Okay, I'd like to have a discussion about this. We, for many years, have, when people come up for reappointment, we reappoint them at the table. Or we don't. And sometimes that has happened too. I know there was some questions about that at one of the last meetings. So, I mean, these are 3 people who have excellent attendance records. and want to continue to be involved, I was going to make a motion to approve, but I also want to make sure there's a comfort level with that.
And Mayor, on this, if you will note, we have started asking for updated resumes so that they would be available, and the people who, the new council members who don't have experience with them would have some knowledge of who they are.
Yeah, I think what's important to me is that we have the information that we need about each of these individuals. So like in this case, we have 3 applications right there. I can look at these ahead of time and figure that out. I think prior, I didn't have some of that information, so I really had nothing to go on. So as long as that information is available, I'm prepared to make a vote. That's my own feeling.
Any other thoughts on this?
I think what Councilmember Harrison said, it was reflective of some of the conversations and concerns I had around it as well. I was really appreciative of having the application within the agenda to kind of look at. And yeah, I'd be ready to make a motion unless you wanted to make a motion.
Would you like to second my motion?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next item is Board of Adjustment, 1 regular vacancy, a city appointee. We did have a resignation from John Kunz, and the past practice has been to elevate the longest-serving city alternate to regular membership and declare a vacancy for alternate. In this case, the longest-serving alternate is Stephen A. Kenny. His attendance record is almost perfect, and we have talked to him, and he is willing to become a regular member if the council so desires.
And just a question on this. I don't see his application here. Is there one? Like this would be an example where I don't know if I have the information.
I believe we are in the process of the people who are currently serving.
Right, whether they're available.
Do not have an application on board, and we're trying to get them all, and so we might have missed getting his application in.
And one thing I want to mention too, some of these committees, people are alternates, so they attend and go, but they don't have a vote on those committees. This would just be moving into a voting person on the committee.
Yeah, I think just for myself, I would be comfortable once I read the application. But I mean, obviously the council, depending on where everybody is, can vote as they like. I just would like to actually read, their background, things like that.
Let's just put this over to the next meeting.
Yeah, I'm fine with waiting. He's from District D anyway, so I'm fine with waiting.
Let's make sure we have this information so the council members can make
We're
their
doing our
determinations.
best to make sure we get all of them.
Okay.
But we will carry this one over and talk to Mr. Kenny. The next is the one alternate from the County Board of Adjustment, and I talked to representatives of the County Board, and I think they are pretty close to coming up with a recommendation, so
Okay.
we'll get that back to you. Fair Housing Hearing Board, a letter of resignation has been received from Regina Arps, and therefore you have 1 vacancy for consideration. Parks and Recreation and Greenway Advisory Board, the term of Beverly Clark is expiring. She is eligible for reappointment as far as length of service and would like to be considered, and she has a perfect attendance record, and I think we did get her application in.
Yeah, I'll motion to approve Beverly Clark.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Can I
Anyone opposed?
Oh,
Councilmember Black?
I just wanted to see if I can make a nomination to the Fair Housing and Hearing Board.
Yes, I skipped it, didn't
I wanted to nominate DeMonte Crawford.
I'm sorry.
DeMonte Crawford.
Isn't he running for office?
Governor.
I don't think he's filed yet, though.
Yeah.
We normally don't put people on our boards and commissions who are running for office, but I'm just mentioning that.
It's a nomination, we'll vote on it, right? So
I'm sorry, could you speak in?
it's a nomination, so we'll be on our ballot, right? So, okay.
Okay, the next item is the Planning Commission.
Gail, I don't think we've actually voted on, there was a motion and a second on reappointing Ms. Clark to Parks.
Yeah,
And we didn't vote.
Yes, it was, okay,
It was unanimous, you just.
yeah.
Thank you. Planning Commission, the terms of Clarence Mann and Dean Allen Raines are expiring. Both are eligible for reappointment as far as length of service and would like to be considered. Their attendance record is attached, and we were able to get an updated resume from Mr. Raines, but I do not think we got one, have been able to make contact with Mr. Mann to get one. So you can carry this over or consider what.
I'm just going to say that I originally appointed Mr. Raines. He has a background as an architect, and is probably, he's highly qualified, I'll just say that. And his attendance record is almost perfect. So I'm hoping there will be some consideration there. I don't know how, I would be willing to make a motion to approve now if there was comfort level in that.
Just for Rains?
Yes. So I'll make the motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk.
And
Okay,
can I
and
speak
we
on Mr.
will-
Mann for just a second? Had opportunity to discuss some of the attendance issues with him. He had he's got some small children, had some family issues, but definitely wants to be reappointed. I didn't ask him about the application part of it, but I think he's been on, is this his second term? Do y'all know? Is his second term?
I think it's his second
should
term.
Yeah,
have-
so he's served for quite a long time, so, and then professionally, he is in the development business, and so is very knowledgeable as well.
Yes, he was, his original appointment was
2019.
19.
Yeah, so he'll be going to his third and final term, and I've spoke with him as well, and he's definitely committed, and he expressed that to me, issues with his child, and I've known them for a while too, so, but I understand he doesn't have the form in, and others want a comfort level of the application, so I just asked that is carried over and approved unanimously.
Okay, so on Planning Commission, we've reappointed Mr. Raines, and Mr. Mann will appear on the next agenda, and we will do our best to get a new application. The next is the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center. You have 3 terms that are expiring.
Just checking, so we can nominate folks into the future as well for any of these?
Yes.
Like for openings? So at this time, I'd also like to nominate Reeves Peeler for Planning Commission.
Okay. Any others? The Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center Authority, you have 3 regular vacancies. Ms. Kumar does not wish to be considered for reappointment and has submitted a letter of resignation. Ms. Owen is not eligible due to length of service. And the third one is Sandra DuBose, who wishes to be considered for reappointment, has attended 6 of the 7 meetings, and her application is attached. So you have 3 for consideration.
I move to reappoint Mr. DuBose. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm the liaison to this group as well, so.
Yeah,
but-
I'll second that motion.
Former liaison, and I had nominated her. She brings a incredibly diverse background, and I just heard somebody say she's amazing. So, yeah, we're lucky to have her. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's additional nominations, fine. It'll be on the next agenda for further consideration of nominations. The last one, I think, Raleigh Transit Authority. The terms of Jennifer Catherine Peeler Truman and Sarah Pedro are expiring. Both are eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered. You have their attendance record on the agenda, and I think you did receive an updated application from both.
I can motion Jennifer Truman for approval.
Second.
Ooh.
Got it.
Okay. All in favor? You can fight over who was the second.
Aye.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you very much. One thing I wanted to ask is Sarah had attendance record. She attended 10 meetings. Do we know why? Clerk?
But I will
Can we
see if
find
I
that
can
out,
find
please?
out.
And please
Yes.
communicate that with us.
And I will start doing that for your consideration. Ask.
Yes, because sometimes
Ask
there's
if
very...
they are going to do better or if they have a reason for.
Well, sometimes there's very legitimate reasons, so I don't
Right.
want to dismiss that. You know, there could be sickness, other people have had issues with their children, work, whatever. So I don't want to just judge somebody because they've missed meetings. There could be a very good reason for it, but if you can help us
I
in that
appreciate
regard.
that direction. That gives me a way in to say we need to know. I felt a little odd at saying, why didn't you come to the meeting? So
Yeah.
but I have some direction now, so that's helpful.
Okay.
Okay, and I think that's all we have, but I think Cassidy wanted to say.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, speaking to the applications for those interested in being reappointed, obviously the ones attached here are the ones that we have received prior to, or at the time of agenda publishing. Granicus, you can go in, of course, if we get something after the fact, we'd be glad to send that along if they're on the agenda. But as a reminder, you can go on Granicus at any time and search their name and look to see, if we received them, they're there. But you can look anytime on Granicus as well.
I had a hard time getting into that.
To Granicus?
Mhm.
Okay, well, I'll talk with our tech staff and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
One hot tip is it only fully works in Google Chrome and not on other browsers. So, if you haven't already tried that.
I was on Google Chrome.
And also, you have my number. Feel free to call anytime and say, what's going on? Where is this person?
You wouldn't want me calling you at the time I was trying to access that.
That might be part of the code of conduct.
I think it's time to move on. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report today.
Okay, report and recommendation of the clerk.
We have several sets of minutes for consideration of approval.
Move to approve the minutes.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. All right, next we have closed session. I have a motion for that. Motion is in order to enter a closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege. GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered to entities considering such expansion. And GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee. So moved. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Council will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Robin.